My House Partners, committed locally, thinking.
This is HCAM TV.
Going to be joining late.
Through the chair, you're live on HCAM TV.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. All right, folks, so just stand by until we get another member of the commission to join, so we have a quorum.
He just started waiting for people.
All right, well, while we're waiting, I'll get started with reading the remote meeting executive order preamble. And hopefully we'll have another member join here in the next few minutes while I'm doing that. So good evening. This is the April 27th, 2021 open meeting of the Hopkinton Conservation Commission being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. To mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we are complying with the executive order that suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. All members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. For this meeting, the Conservation Commission is convening by the Zoom application as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Additionally, the meeting is also being broadcast live and recorded by HCAM. Accordingly, please be aware that others may be able to see you, and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast by voice or video may be captured by the recording. Supporting materials that have been provided to the members of the commission for this meeting are available on the town's website. After commission members and staff have discussed each project application on the agenda, the chair will then open the discussion for public comment. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to identify their name and address. 3 minutes will be afforded for each public comment period. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote of the commission members. And as soon as we have a quorum, I will take the roll call vote. We don't have a quorum yet, so I'm going to pause that for a few minutes here.
For the national program, did it Foundation.
Okay, folks, so we're just waiting for another member of the commission to join the meeting. We don't have a quorum yet, so we can't officially start the meeting. So, please stand by. We're expecting 2 other members to join soon. So for those folks who had just joined, the commission doesn't yet have a quorum to begin the meeting. We're just waiting for another member of the commission to join the meeting. So we're on standby for right now. Thank you. Hey, Don, did you hear from Ed today? Is he planning on joining? Do you know?
I didn't hear that he wasn't planning, so
Okay. I'll send them a quick text here. All right, I apologize, folks. I thought we would have a quorum. At this point, well, we're just holding off until we have a couple members who said they might be a few minutes late, so we just have to wait until they join before we can start the meeting. Thank you. Oh, okay. Anna Carey's coming in now.
Great, thank you.
All right, Carrie, are you there? Carrie? Okay, I think Carrie has joined, so let's do a roll call vote of the quorum of the commission members. Jim Cirillo. Jim, are you present?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Ted,
Ted is present.
Carrie? Carrie Reed? Okay, and Jeff Barnes is present. So we have 4 members participating, so we have a quorum. For staff, we have Don McAdam,
here,
Anna Rogers,
Present.
and Matt Verrill.
Present.
Okay, great. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. So we have a busy meeting tonight. Let's jump into the agenda. So we'll start with the work session items. Don, documents approved for signing and issuance.
Yeah. If you notice the first one, McIntyre, they had submitted revised plans as discussed by the commission.
Yep.
But it didn't have the existing deck on the plan. And when I was looking through the minutes, it mentioned putting that on. And he asked, could it be just shown on the as-built plan? And normally a plan, would show what's so when we're not around to explain what happened, an as-built
Yeah, I
plan
mean,
might show
can you
that.
just, yeah, Don, can you just draw, hand sketch it in? on the plan.
Ask him to do that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I think that makes sense. Would you agree?
Sure, whatever.
As opposed to just putting it on the as-built?
Yeah, I mean, basically, an application plan should show existing and proposed conditions, and then the as-built would show what actually got built, so,
Right, I think that's fine, just let's have
Yeah.
them hand sketch it in,
okay.
and, then we can issue the order.
And then the draft that I wrote up was a lot of the boilerplate stuff. And then when I read the minutes, you guys had some special conditions that I need to include in. So take that draft with a grain of salt. It's still a draft.
Okay. So. That
And then I
sounds
think
good.
And the Toll Brothers were still waiting on revised plans,
Right.
those three. And then you guys had talked about approving a 3-year extension for 1655. So I think if you just want to give me permission to John Hancock it, we can do that.
Which one was that, Don? Sorry.
The extension order, extension permit, cracking it open right now.
For 44 Stony Brook?
1655. Yes, 44 Stony Brook. There it is.
Okay. Okay.
So I would John Hancock it if you want.
Yeah, so let me, Anna, just for the record, Ed just joined.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we need to memorialize these order of conditions pending the submission of the additional information that we're looking for on the site plans, Don.
Okay.
But can I get a motion that the order of conditions be issued pending the information that has been requested by the commission in the form currently before the commission, and that the commission administrator or other designee be authorized to sign the order of conditions on behalf of the members present?
So moved.
Thank you, Ted. In a second.
Second.
That was Jim, and we'll do the roll call vote. So Carrie,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Ted,
Aye.
and Jeff is an aye. Okay, thank you. Okay. So a few new applications. We don't need to go through those in the interest of time. The draft minutes for March 9th, 2021. Did everyone get a chance to review those? And are there any comments?
Nope.
Okay, if I can get a motion to approve the minutes of March 9th, 2021, please.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
That was Jim, and we'll do the roll call vote. Carrie,
Aye.
Ted,
I'm going to abstain. I was absent that meeting.
okay, Ed,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
and Jeff is an aye. All right, very good. Thank you. Okay, Parker, 47 and 49 Stony Brook. This is a project change request.
Harper.
Continued from the last meeting.
Yep.
Oh, that's yeah, right, 47, 49. Item
Do we have
5,
an up-
right, Jim?
Do we have an update on that, Don?
I assume the consultant, Markodant, is in the audience.
Yep, Dave's here. Yep.
Hey, Mr. Markonant?
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. So 3 weeks ago, when we last met, we were asked to go back and reevaluate. We had come before the board asking for, requesting just the one house lot, building on lot 12, not lot 13. In doing so, we were asking for an additional 1,638 square foot of cut. That's been reduced now to 235 square feet. Don, can you go to page 4, sheet 4?
Thank you.
That's the old one.
I got 3 different files. Was it
Yeah.
submitted? I'm right now, I'm in,
Yeah, the one that's dated,
I'm in file number 1669. We got 1698 and 1697. I'll just crack open and see if I can see the most recent plan, post hearing,
right.
project change. I'm still seeing the March 3rd, March 2nd plan in that one.
Yeah, you should have something on April 14th.
Was it sent by email?
Yes, yep.
Okay, maybe that didn't make it in here. Sorry.
All right, so Mr. Markron, can you just kind of give us an overview of what the changes were, please?
Sure. Right in the middle of the plan basically is our proposed house. North is up the page. So just south of the house,
Yep.
we were proposing to disturb 1,600 square feet, which brought the limit of work down to right at the 25 foot. And what the new plan is showing is that we've revised the grading at the house. Previously, it was a partial walkout. Now it's a complete walkout. In doing so, we've added about 148 feet of retaining wall to minimize the grade, which brought the limit of work from 25 to 33. And the request for additional disturbance from 1638 to 235. And also, we're also proposing the regrow area next to the driveway, about halfway between the house and Stony Brook Road. And we've also added to the area down at the bottom of the page, on lot 13, we've increased that area. So we're keeping the 2 regrows. We've added the 2 retaining walls. We've changed the grading to a walkout and requesting 238 feet of additional disturbance.
Okay. Okay. Don, can you just increase the view of the site plan there, please? Enlarge it, I mean.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just downloading. I just found the email,
Okay.
so try to bear with me here for a second. See if I can bring these up. I don't, they're just scan numbers, so I'm just gonna crack open all 4.
Yeah, do the last one, Don,
Thank you.
please.
Yep.
There we go. Yep.
So what part do you need zoomed in, Jeff? I'm sorry.
No, that's good. That's good. Okay.
You can kind of see those 2 little fuzzy retaining walls right to
Yep.
the house. Those are the 2 that we've added. The limit of work is the purple line right down by that F. It should say F3 right there. Yep, that's
Yep.
right there is the new limit of work line. The Hayville line is the red dotted line just to the northeast of that F3. So that little area there is 235 square feet. And then down at the bottom of the page is where we bulked out a little bit on that regrow area at the bottom.
Okay, so the hashed areas are the restoration areas, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Let me open it up to questions from the commission. I think that sounds fine to me.
Through the
Any
chair,
questions from commission members? Yes, Ted.
I don't think I have a question. I have a comment. I was really hoping to see more of the area down by the house that is no longer being made saved. I was really hoping that we would see the limit of work further from the border, the buffer than it remained. I appreciate that little bit there that is added back, but I thought that there was a lot more room. So that's disappointing to me.
So Mr. Markwood, is there a reason that more of that area down in the south portion of the site can't be
Well, I get,
Reserve.
we understand the concern. We're sort of taking the position that we sort of look at the overall net effect on the impervious area in the reduction of 8,500 square feet of impervious area inside the buffer zone. We struggled, Mr. Parker's on the line here. Dave Wilkinson, the builder's on Zoom as well. We worked at that a little bit. We did a site visit on that little area. And at the moment, that's what Mr. Parker would like to present would be that crosshatch area down by lot 13. Now,
Okay.
it doesn't mean that as we get into the project that we couldn't do something a little bit greater and reevaluate as we went. But the hard line right now is that he would like to stay with the two regrow areas.
Okay. Well, I hear you. I think that's okay. If there's a future proposal to do work in that area down there, just understand that it'll be under the scrutiny of the commission, obviously. But
Yes.
anyways, okay.
Yep.
All right, so if I can get a motion to approve the
Through the chair?
project chat. Yep.
May I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
Maybe it's because I can't see. What is the distance at the shortest point between that wetland area and the limit of work? Down by, I'm having a hard time reading what it says, but there's a little square right next to the H.
Yep, that's a big boulder. And I'll-
Okay, so what is the distance between the limit of work and the edge of the wetlands?
Hold on one sec. At that particular area, we're going from the red, we're gonna relocate the erosion control, the wattles from the red at their outcrop to the black line. And the black line will be 39 feet off the wetland. I'm sorry, 29 feet off the wetland.
Okay, thank you.
So it looks like the difference between what's currently proposed and what was previously proposed there, maybe, 8 feet, 5 feet. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
it should be about 5 feet, right?
Okay. Okay. All right. If I can get a motion to approve the project change request for 47 and 49 Stony Brook Road, please.
So moved.
And a second?
This is Ed, I'll second.
All right, and we'll do the roll call vote. Carrie?
Aye.
Ted?
No.
Ed?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Jeff is an aye, and I think that, did I miss anyone? I don't think so. Okay.
I got my plants in front.
Okay. All right, very good. I think you're all set. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you very much.
Folks, if you're not speaking, can you please mute your computer? Thank you. Okay. Let's jump into the let's jump into the applications here. So Bronstein, 8 Cobblers Way. This is a notice of intent for an in-ground pool. And just bear with me, I need to read this before we get started. And Anna was so kind as to email me the public notice hearings.
I can post it, Jeff.
I got
Grabbing
it done.
now.
Yeah, oh, okay, great, thanks. I got it too. I just found it. Okay, the Hopkinton Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 27th, 2021 at 7 o'clock, virtually online. Hear all persons interested in notice of intent filed by Michael Bronstein to construct an in-ground swimming pool with associated site work. The location is 37 East Street, Assessors Map R20, Block 10, Lot 0. Okay,
Through the chair.
yes, Anna.
This one's 8 Cobblers.
Anna.
Or did we just read the wrong one?
It sounded like
You
it was a
left the
mix.
one, but you mixed up the address with labor's training.
Eight Cobblers. Okay, I was looking at the first one. Sorry, Anna. They're a little out of order. So, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, so the location, I stand corrected, is 8 Cobblers Way, Assessors Map, R19, Block 6, Lot 4. Okay, thank you, Anna. Okay. Do we have Mr. Bronstein or a consultant on the line?
Yes, Joe Marco down here.
Hi, Mr. Marquinot.
Evening all. Also on the line is Michael Bronstein, homeowner, and Kristen Gleason, landscape architect, designer. What we're talking about is 8 Cobblers Way. It's an existing home, single family, residential. Home was built circa 2013. As you see on the plan that Dawn has shared, existing home, patio, on-site septic, on-site well, some retaining walls, drives, walks, everything you'd expect associated with a single family residential lot. It was part of the Pelican Estates subdivision. The work, the existing condition was permitted through the commission some years back, and a certificate of compliance was issued a short while back for all that work. What we are proposing is an extension of the existing patio in the rear. We had Scott Heim, Northeast Ecological, redelineate the wetlands that you see on the southerly and northerly side of the existing dwelling. We have put together what we feel is a positive design. The existing patio out behind the home was on a photo that Dawn shared a moment ago. We're extending that to the north and east. The pervious paver patio will be extended to multiple levels. Some retaining walls will go in order to facilitate the construction of an in-ground swimming pool. On the northerly side of all this site work are some plantings for privacy, to offset some of the changes to the area behind the home. We are limited in our location due to the existing infiltration basin, the stormwater basin for some of the roadway infrastructure. Mitigation is off to the east of the proposed work. It kind of forced us north and west of the rear of the home. We are respecting DPW's policy of not working in their easements. We're cognizant of the need to maintain stormwater storage volumes. We didn't want to chip away at any of the grading inside of that basin. So we are shifted north and west. We have attempted to slide some elements of the design out of the buffer zone, but some still remain inside the buffer. We've got on the order of 2,200 square feet of disturbance inside the buffer. All that work is proposed in previously disturbed areas, in lawn or landscaped areas now. We have a line of erosion control barriers, wattles, and silt fencing that will propose the limit of work to the north and east. And we anticipate placing a PIB medallion signs along that limit of work at the end of construction.
Okay, great. Thank you for the overview, Mr. Markonot. Okay, so Matt, I'm just looking at your comments. You took a look at this. I guess one of the comments is the discharge of the pool water, you know, in the event that it needs to be drained. The recommendation was that, you know, the discharge be such that it avoids, you know, direct discharge to the wetland resource area. So that would be a condition, obviously.
Yeah, and Jeff, I don't know what the allowances would be. I mean, sort of the obvious place to discharge stormwater would appear to be that basin that's on the lot. I don't know if that's allowable or not. I don't know what, you know, what the easement says. Obviously, putting water in there would take up some volume depending on, you know, timing of storms and things. Then my only other comment was there still remains some siltation fencing from the original construction, kind of half buried on the lot, that I think could be removed at the same time.
What was the last point, Matt? Sorry.
There's some siltation fencing associated with
Oh,
the
yeah,
original
right.
construction
Yeah,
that still
that
is
should
out
be-
there that should be removed.
Yeah, okay, so Mr. Markon, is that copacetic with the applicant?
We have no issues with removing that.
Okay,
Through the chair,
yes, Don.
commission typically had a standard condition installing a dry well outside the 100-foot, you know, for discharge, maintenance discharge. So I don't know if that's been shown on the plan, but it's typically a standard condition item you guys look for.
Yep, no, that's a good point. Mr. Markon, is that something that you can add to the proposed scope of work?
Would you back up a moment, John, and clarify that for me?
Yeah, there's a standard condition when the commission's reviewed pools in the past. Putting a dry well in for a maintenance flush, you know, like the backwater, the maintenance of the pool, or drawing down for like winterization. You know, obviously, we're not looking to put a dry well to take in the entire volume of the pool. You know, it's for the maintenance, backwashing, back flushing, whatever you want to call it, getting it lower so your pipes don't crack in the winter, yada yada.
No, that would not be an issue for us. We'll find a location outside the buffer zone for that.
Okay,
And then you mentioned a new PIB. Is there still an old PIB in place from the construction of the house? And you're inside the PIB from the old plan, right?
It's behind the existing chain link fencing,
Right.
which is northerly of the
Right.
proposed for the erosion control barrier. That was the original limit of work, the fencing.
So now you're proposing to bring in a PIB?
We can augment what's there. If the commission wishes, we can leave alone what we have, feel it's sufficient.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure if that's clear to the commission.
what do you mean by augment? Like, just, are
Well,
you,
the fencing seems like it would represent a very healthy deterrent to lawn in that area. But if you felt there was something necessary, we are, I guess I'm trying to say is we're cognizant of the commission's concern about a PIB. If you wish us to add something to it, we can. And that would be medallion signs.
so currently it's just the chain link fence?
Chain link fence, and there are a few signs across the back. Pardon me, across the back along that limit of fencing. It may be unnecessary, but we're
Right.
to entertain whatever the commission desires.
Because I think in the past, the commission has just, taken the old PIB from the original order and then just carried it over into something like this, so in essence, so there's not confused, like your planting line is not going to become a new PIB. It's still going to be the fence line, I guess is what I'm trying to clarify, unless you were saying we want to have a new PIB and it's at that shrub line, which I don't think you're asking. I'm just trying to.
No, it would be at the fence line or if you
Good.
felt it was
All
necessary.
right, good. So there's no change in the PIB. It's still the same PIB that's in place today.
Right.
Good, okay.
Okay, so I think we can vote on this subject to receipt of a revised plan, just showing the location of the dry well for the pool. And, this is a previously disturbed area, so I don't have a problem with that. But let me open it up to comments from the other commission members or questions. Okay, none. All right. Any comments or questions from the public at this point? Okay. If I can get a motion to approve the notice of intent as described, subject to the submittal of a revised plan as discussed.
So moved.
Ted made the motion, and a second, please.
A second.
All right, Jim, and we'll do the roll call vote. Melissa has joined, by the way, Anna, for the record. So Melissa,
Yeah, I'm gonna abstain because I just popped in at the end here.
okay, Carrie,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Ted,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
and Jeff is an aye. Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Mr. Bronstein, Mr. Markadon.
Very much.
Good luck. We'll look forward to the pool party this summer. Okay.
He's kidding.
Yes, I'm kidding.
How do I get back to it?
Okay, moving along. We have a tight agenda tonight, so we don't want to waste any time. Mass laborers training. We have a number of notices of intent, which I'm going to read before we open this up. So, all right, just bear with me for a second here. Hopkinton Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 27th, 2021 at 7:00 PM virtually online to hear all persons interested in a notice of intent filed by the Massachusetts Laborers Training Trust Fund for dredging of an existing fire pond, 37 East Street, Assessors Map R20, Block 10, Lot 0. And I'm going to open all of these and we can discuss them as a group. The second one is is the construction of the new crane building, 37 East Street, Assessors Map R20, Block 10, Lot 0. We have the buffer zone mitigation and restoration work at 37 East Main Street or East Street, Assessors Map R20, Block 10, Lot 0. We have the site work associated with the construction of the new headquarters building, same location. And we have the utility work at the same location. I think that covers all of the
Did
6
Did you do the
filings.
Conti building? One,
Yep, I think I
mentioned-
said,
Conti, okay.
I don't think you did.
Yeah, I think you hit pond dredging, restoration plan, utilities, headquarters, and crane. I thought you mentioned.
yeah, okay. Yep, we have the Conti Building Associated Site Work, sorry. I'm just, yep, okay. The hearing notices are just a little out of order here. Okay, All right, so we have 6 filings. Do we have someone on the call, a consultant or a representative from Mass Laborers Training?
George Connors, I'm an attorney for the laborers. I'm also an engineer with Cornerstone.
Yes, Mr. Connors, how you doing?
Good, and how are you?
Good, thanks. Haven't talked to you in a while. Hope you're doing well during COVID.
Doing okay.
You got your
Doing okay.
vaccination?
Have, yes.
Excellent. Okay, good. All right. You want to
Okay.
give us, so before we get started, I'd like to, these hearings are opened up. Obviously, if you can give us a quick overview, but before we get started, there was some questions that the commission has regarding the fees submitted under the bylaw and the consulting fees. So what I'd like to do is just have you give us a quick overview of the scale and scope of the various proposed work here. And then once you're done, we can go through the discussion on the filing fees and the consulting fees, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We didn't find particularly a institutional category for the fees, so.
Yep,
that's-
understood. Yep. We'll discuss that after you kind of go through the scope of work, if that's okay.
Sure. I have a brief introductory to the project. If we could go back to the very beginning sheet there, Dawn, or I could share the screen. I have some of my own presentation drawings.
Sure, I'm just cracking open all. We've got 6 individual files, so I got to go into each file to break out your plan.
Yeah,
And I assume you're asking for your cover letter?
no, I'm not asking. Can I share the screen with my presentation drawings?
Yeah, let Jeff will do that for you.
Okay.
Yep, hold on, let me do the screen share. Sorry. You should be able to, Mr. Connors. You should have access.
I don't know what I have.
If you go to the bottom, there's a screen sharing icon. Do you see that?
No, I don't. I had downloaded several drawings, and I don't know where they are.
I've got your different documents. If you want to, just tell me which one you're looking for.
Let me see. Nope. All right, how about we go back to your original front sheet?
You want that?
Wait a minute, I got. Give me a minute. We have a 135 acre site at the property,
Yep.
and it has frontage primarily on East Street. I guess my files are just too big. Maybe Dawn has a better overall. I'm going to back out of screen share, all right?
I mean, we're going to continue this out, Mr. Connors, anyways.
Yeah.
Because we need to resolve the fees, the consulting fees. So if you just want to give us kind of a verbal overview.
So we have a 135 acre site, which has frontage up on Front Street on Clinton. We come down into the proper of the site where the buildings are. This is the training building, the Maloney building. We have Cold Springs Brook going through the site here. We have East Street along here as our main access. This is our dormitory building here. There is a building on the pond here. And then, okay. And then we have a area off of Laurel Canyon Drive. And this particular site has been built back in the 60s and early 70s, some additions in the 80s and as late as the 90s. And the project now is to add a couple of buildings, one down in here called the Crane Building, and one right up in here called Headquarters Building. The Headquarters Building will be for classrooms and things of that nature for the laborers. Currently, they're doing classrooms and construction training in the existing building out front. And the new building in back called the Crane Building will be a large building where they can bring a crane and backhoes in. It'll have a dirt floor, and they'll be able to do construction training in that area. We can, right up in this location here, we have installed a community well for the project. Prior to this, there's been individual wells on each building and individual septic systems. And they now violate the DEP regulations for community water supply because of the proximity of septic systems and wells on each building site. So we have up in this area one well that will serve the entire property, and we will then feed a line through the property and into each building. We will also have a leach field, common leach field up behind the Crane Building. If we go back to that original drawing, Dawn. Okay, well, that's the Crane Building. Into the pond right there. So there's going to be our common leach field. That will, each building will pump to that, and that will satisfy DEP's requirements for the public water supply separation to leach fields and things of that nature. But we call that our infrastructure portion of this particular project. The next aspect are building sites, which one of them is this Crane Building. As I indicated, they'll be going inside that building and digging holes in the ground and using cranes to set staging and things of that nature. And it have a little bit of a parking lot out here and stormwater in this area. This entire area has been had gravel removal back probably 20 or 30 years ago. It's a sand deposit, and it's fairly low in here relative to the surrounding area, so that we can keep the noise and hide the building down as best we possibly can. We can go to the next Headquarters Building, which is just up on the hill behind.
So it's not. Yeah.
Building here is the Headquarters Building. That's Conti. We need to go to the next sheet, Don, I think. Yeah, so there's the Conti Building down on the pond. We have a driveway that comes around the pond along here, and in the back of the building, that's always been in that location. We are going to work in this area and put the building. You can see that we have 100 buffer that we're outside of. The only work we have inside is a discharge for overflow of storm drainage. That area has is a bit of a knoll. You can see that there, but behind it there's an even higher knoll, so that will separate the building from the butters. And this is going to be a inside textbook learning area where the laborers deal with things of pollution and record keeping and things of that nature. We have our self-contained drainage. The entire site is a sand and gravel deposit. So we have self-contained drainage, but this is just the overflow coming down in that area. As I indicated, we will be running along the driveway for our water and sewer connections. And they will head over to the dormitory building off East Street. If we go to that drawing there.
The next one?
Yeah, this one here. That'll do. So this is the existing condition. This is the existing Conti dorm. And there's the fire pond that was constructed back, I don't know, probably the 60s, late 60s for this. And at the time, that was the Vulcan parcel of the project. There was their leach field. They have a well there and another well out here. And you can see the proximity. That's just an example of the problems we encountered. If you can go to the next sheet, I can show you the work. That's our pond. No, go to the next sheet, I think.
That's all I got for this plan.
Okay, go back up one or slow. So
This is the pond dredging filing, Mr. Connors?
yeah, the pond dredging is going to take place here. We're in the process of analyzing the sediments for beneficial reuse. That is being done by an LSP. The fire department, when we met with them about a year ago to introduce this project, had requested that that be maintained. It hadn't been maintained in quite a few years, so they would like it dredged, and we have no problem doing that. It also would serve for area in the community. Materials for that will be taken over to behind the crane building if they're suitable. Otherwise, they'll be removed off-site. For the Conti dormitory, we're going to change that building from 33 double occupancy rooms, 45 single occupancy rooms by adding a little bit of an addition out here and redoing the interior. We're also going to redo the kitchen at this location, have a little patio outside. That's really sum and substance of the project at this time. As I said, the infrastructure really traverses from one end of the site to the other and feeds all the buildings. So we've kept that as a separate thing because DEP has approved our water supply, and we have a approval on the septic system. So that work can forward to remediate and improve conditions on the site. The building plans have been completed. We actually met with the building inspector today to introduce the project in terms of the structures.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for the overview. So the pond dredging portion of the scope that we're discussing today is what interests me. The other stuff looks fairly straightforward. You know, we need to review it, obviously, but
Sure.
So is the intent for that to continue to be used as a fire pond?
It is.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
In deference to the fire chief.
In deference to the fire chief. Yep. Okay.
We do
All
have
right.
to
So
submit to
I
the
think we
building.
just need to, you know, it's early on, you know, this is the first hearing, so obviously we need to take a close look at that dredging piece of it. You know, Matt, I don't know if you have any preliminary comments on that at this point. That's,
Through the chair?
yes, Don, go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't sent out any information to the peer reviewers, either Beta Group or
Oh, yeah,
Lucas
yeah, yeah.
Environmental.
Point
We have
taken.
no fees.
Got it. Point taken, Don. Thank you. Okay. All right. So that sounds good. So thank you for the overview, Mr. Connors. So let's just talk about the filing fees.
Sure.
and Consulting fees for a couple minutes here, and then we have to move on, unfortunately, because we have a fairly tight agenda tonight. You know, unfortunately, you know, I know the laborers training is a nonprofit, but under the bylaw, you know, we don't waive fees for nonprofits, unfortunately. Having said that, your point, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit, you know, these filings don't fit neatly into a category that we have under the regulations. What I would propose is under the bylaw, that there would be a filing fee of $1,500 for all 6 of the filings. Okay, that
Mhm.
makes sense?
Sure does.
Um,
1,500 6 times?
No, 1,500 cumulatively.
No problem.
So 1,500 for all 6. Okay,
No
I think
problem.
that's fair. As a filing fee, and that's my sense. I just want to open it up to the other commission members for their input. But, I think that's fair. These seem fairly straightforward to me. I mean, 1,500 for each one just seems excessive. I think 1,500 for the group of these projects seems fair to me. But let me open it up to the other commission members.
Can I ask one question? Are you
Yes,
going
sir.
to want to do a site walk?
I think that might be useful. Let me open that up to the other commission members as well as a conversation point.
Oh, can you hear me, Jeff?
I can, Jim.
Okay, I lost my other connection. I think that is a good idea from my perspective, given all the work that's proposed there. I think that would be a very good idea.
Okay. I concur with that. I think that would be helpful from the commission standpoint. But more, just regarding the fees, I just want to make sure everyone's in agreement that the $1,500 under the bylaw filing fee is reasonable for this. Is anyone
Yeah, this is
opposed to
fine.
that?
I'm fine
What's
with
that,
the
Ted?
fee. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just saying I'm fine with the fee.
Okay,
1,500
great.
is fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. So I think we're good there, Mr. Connor. So it'd be $1,500 under the bylaw for the filing fee. And then just moving on to the consulting fees. We did reach out to our consultants that work on behalf of the commission.
Yes,
One of them is our
I don't know if
wetlands.
you got the mic on though.
Folks, if you're not speaking, can you please mute your computer? Thank you. So with our consultants for, Lucas Environmental on the wetland side, their estimated peer review and construction monitoring scope was estimated at 14,500. Our Beta, our stormwater reviewer, has a scope estimated at 6,850. $6,850. So, the commission would need to be reimbursed these fees as well as part of the process. And I think, Don, correct me if I'm wrong, but, typically we ask for half of that up front, and then it's charged kind of as we go along. Is that the process?
With the municipal finance law changes, would take the consultant fees and put it in a 53G. So we'd get it all. And if whatever isn't used goes back to the applicant, at the end of the project.
We reimburse them, right?
Yeah, if there's any left. And then if it runs over, the commission would bill accordingly, where it's at.
Right. Yeah. So does that sound okay, Mr. Connors?
It sounds okay.
Okay, great. All right. So Don will send you that information. So you have it. And, if you can submit those, if you can submit the bylaw filing fee and then the peer review fees for both Beta and Lucas Environmental, then we can move this along at the next meeting, if that sounds good.
Okay, and the site walk, could we do that before the next meeting?
Absolutely. Do you have a, I mean, I
Commission
think for the
typically
commission
tries to
members,
be-
most of us have day jobs, so we'll have to do it like on a Saturday morning or Sunday morning, if that's okay.
Fine with me.
Do you have, so our next meeting is May 11th. Let me just bring up my calendar here. About May 8th, Saturday,
Yep,
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Does that sound okay?
Through the chair,
Yes, Ed.
May 8th is town meeting.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Good point. Good point. Thank you. All right, how about the 9th, Sunday?
Fine with me?
Does that work with everyone on the commission?
Through the chair, I don't,
It's Mother's Day.
I also don't know if town meeting is going to be over in one day.
Yeah.
Okay, how about May 1st, this Saturday at 9 o'clock?
It's fine with me.
I'll try to make it work.
Okay, let's plan on that. So this May 1st, where do you propose we meet, Mr. Connors?
Main entrance takes you into where there's a swimming pool called Laborer's Way. And you drive in maybe 400 feet and there's a swimming pool there. You can see it. Don's got the arrow right there. We'll park right near there and we can walk the whole site.
Sounds good. So this coming Saturday at 9 o'clock, we'll meet you at the main entrance. And we'll take it from there. Okay.
Thank you.
Through the
All right.
chair,
And we'll continue. Yes, Don.
we just might want to note for the audience, it's, you guys aren't going to discuss anything. It's not going to be like a public hearing. You're just going to observe the site. You're not going to, engage in questioning or anything that have to do with the NOIs. It's just,
Yep.
questions about the site, the physicality of it.
Very good.
We won't be deliberating. We'll be
Correct.
Very good point. Thank you, Don, for
Information gathering.
bring that up. So there's no deliberation, it's just site inspection, on the commission's part. And if, Mr. Connors, if you can just send an email to Don continuing out the hearings to May 11th
I
with
will.
that request, that would be great. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll see you on Saturday morning.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good evening. Okay. Moving along, Toll Brothers, Lot 12, Chamberlain Street. This is a continuation of a notice of intent for a single-family home.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. We were hoping to continue this particular lot out until the June 8th hearing. I shot a note this evening to Don and Anna. So have that in writing, but we would like to continue it to the 8th if possible.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Kusich. Appreciate it. Okay. So moving along, Babin, 50 Lakeshore Drive. This is a notice of intent to raise a house and build a new house. And I need to read this one for the record. Just bear with me here for a second.
Got it on the screen if you need it, Jeff.
Thank you, Don. Hopkinton Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 27th, 2021 at 7:00 PM virtually online. Hear all persons interested in a notice of intent filed by Dana Babin to raise an existing house and garage and to construct a new single-family house with associated site work. Location 50 Lakeshore Drive, Assessors Map L35, Block 2, Lot 0. Okay, do we have a consultant or the applicant on the call to walk us through the proposed work?
Yes, sir. The applicants are here, but Mr. Chair, we will be just hanging out basically while our representatives advocate on our behalf.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Connors is here as well for us tonight, and so we'll let him take it away.
Great, thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Mr. Connors?
Good evening. We have a lot on Lake Maspinock opposite Amherst Road. The drawing is there in front of you. There's the overview from the GIS. There's a lot with an existing house on it, typical of the area. We're proposing a bigger house and some improvements to the site. There is a large dwelling going up in an L shape, as you can see. And then there's a driveway coming in from Lake Shore, just to the north. The existing driveway actually crossed the property line. We're going to leave that or remove it at the butters approval. Otherwise, our driveway is simply going to be on our particular piece of property. It's going to go in into a bit of a courtyard to the area where you see that little test pit diagram, which underneath is a retention infiltration area for stormwater that has been designed for a 100-year storm, the 8+ inches of rain. There's been a test hole in that area specifically for that went down 9 feet. Sand and gravel, very clean and easily infiltrated. The area of half the house and that entire parking area is going to be able to be handled and infiltrated. There is existing a 4-inch pipe that runs down to the lake. We are going to tie into that as an overflow out of the catch basin that we're collecting the water to run water into the infiltration basin. Above that will be another pipe that connects to the existing 4-inch going down to the lake. We don't anticipate that that would actually run. Additionally, that if there's an overflow or a clogging of the intake, then it will run down through a berm, keeping it off adjacent property to the north, and through a little swale down to the pond. So literally, we don't expect any rainfall in that area getting to the pond. The back side and the south side of the house are going to go into infiltration chambers that are located to the west of the house. You can see an area that calls for 2 little patios, and the area to the west of that has the infiltration. That will pick up the roof area and the patio area and infiltrate that into the ground. From that particular location down to the pond, there's a fairly steep gradient of about 7 or so feet. That's all going to remain pretty much as it is. There's going to be a little bit of grading to support the patio, but from that particular point down, there's really no change adjacent to the pond. They do call for that area to be a patio with a hot tub and a little bit of a pergola, and the 50-foot line is running just along the back side of the house, or the west side of the house. So majority of that parking, the patio area is going to be in the 50, and we've asked for a waiver on that. The south side of the house, you can see that we have some retaining walls. The road is fairly high compared to everything. The road's up at about elevation 200, and as we come down to the back of the site, the pond is down quite a ways. Patio's at 191, and the pond's about 8 or 9 feet below that. So there's quite a drop through that. We're not having really any impact to the pond by infiltrating all of that. We are ejecting sewer from the house. There's a dark spot to the north of the L on the house. That will be our ejector pump pumping out to the Lake Shore Drive sewer. We'll connect into that about halfway towards Lake Shore Drive to an existing 4-inch pipe that goes out. And then our water service is going to come in from the middle of the parking area at the proposed dwelling, just opposite the word proposed dwelling, and out. So I think that other than a few trees coming down that an arborist has looked at and opined that they are in need of coming down, this is really the intent of the project, and we think it meets all the goals with the exception of our request for the waiver for the work inside the for that minimal amount of patio and infiltration. Respond to some questions and comments. You know, we have the calculations and all that in the NOI, but I'll respond to questions, comments, and suggestions at this stage.
Okay. All right. So all the proposed work is in previously disturbed area, presumably.
Correct.
It doesn't look like it is actually, Jeff. Looks like the new patios are
Okay,
beyond.
well, Jim, can the applicant respond to the question, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It appears that the patios proposed, if you can go back to that site plan, are beyond where the existing house was, and the only disturbance there was the walkway from the previous, the existing house, right? So
Yeah, there's improvements down there. I look at disturbed as something that isn't natural with trees and leaf litter.
okay, and there's an existing timber wall. Okay, so but there's an existing timber wall that stays.
That'll be replaced with something a little bit more upscale.
Okay. All right, that's it relative to that, Jeff. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Okay. This is a very busy plan, I have to say.
Most layers I've seen in one.
So can you scroll up, Don, please? Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right, let me open up to questions, comments from other commission members while I just take a look at this plan here. I did look at it previously, but go ahead, commission members. If you have any questions, comments.
Through the chair?
Yes, Ted.
Mr. Connors, I wonder if you could help me with this. It looks like we are increasing the amount of impervious surface, whether it be roof or driveway, tremendously. Can you tell me the amount of impervious surface on, or surface on the site right now and what it's proposed to be?
I don't believe we have those numbers, no, but I can say that we are infiltrating 100-year storm for the parking area and half the dwelling in the front, and the 1-inch storm for the back portion and south portion of the house. So the net impervious area as a function of rainfall runoff really, I think, is irrelevant because of the infiltration. We are increasing infiltration by a substantial amount. That's an answer to your question.
Okay, I just have another one or two. The patio, the proposed patio with the hot tub, what is that going to be? What is that surface?
I don't know what that surface is. Perhaps the applicant can tell us that.
Presumably it's concrete.
Yes, sorry. It's stone or patio or whatever landscaping.
Hardscape pavers or something like that?
Yeah, I think the commission's preference would be that it's something that, allows the rainfall to infiltrate in that area as opposed to running off.
Yes.
If that's acceptable to the applicant.
Of course.
Okay.
So then my final comment is that is certainly preferable. I am not excited about how far inside the 50 this proposal is, given how much other, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Connors, about the runoff, but I think there's value for rain falling into the ground. And I just see a lot less rain naturally getting into the ground, getting into the stuff that lives there. So it looks overwhelming to me.
They're all overwhelming on lakes. I will say that they are going before zoning tomorrow night for their 48-6 finding. And we've been able to push the house, I think it's 6 feet closer to the street because of a section of the bylaw that allows the average of setbacks. So we have made efforts to limit our intrusion towards the 50.
So that's, so you're going before the zoning tomorrow night to propose that? Is that my understanding?
Well, it's a 48-6 finding. It's, a larger structure on a non-conforming lot.
So
There's
just to
dozens of those.
just to clarify, is the intent to go before zoning to increase the size of the structure or to move it farther away from the resource area?
Well, we were able to move it further away from the resource area by a section of the bylaw that allows the average of setbacks in the area. Building on a pre-existing non-conforming lot and changing a structure requires a 48-6 finding, and those are ubiquitous in that particular section of town and on the other lake as well. So it's a procedural thing that you have to deal with in order to work on a smaller lot.
Okay, Jim, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Jeff. First, my feelings on the back. I asked before, or I said before that it wasn't previously disturbed. While it is by a concrete walkway and I guess a timber wall and some other minor things, it's nowhere near the disturbance that this patio or the patios and the hot tub would take up. That area that now becomes potentially impermeable. And the other thing is the front. The amount of pavement as compared to the stone driveway before is huge. And there is a difference between handling a 100-year storm or any other storm with stormwater controls compared to that precipitation landing on grassed areas and stoned areas. They're not the same thing. So by paving the driveway, adding the patio area and the hot tub area, you're taking away, it looks like the vast majority of the infiltration that's on the current lot. I see that as a problem. That's it.
Thanks, Jim.
And then Jeff, I'd just say, I think that's the direction I was going in as well. And I think Jim said it better than I did.
So is the intent, Mr. Connors, to pave the driveway or leave it as an existing stone driveway? Sorry if I missed that point in your presentation.
I'm not sure. I believe it's pavement, and that was what the calculation was done on. The area to infiltrate is fairly large, and as I said, it's a 100-year storm, not a 10-year or even a 1-year storm. It's 8 inches of rain, and that's a typical and actually a preferred method for areas where you pave. The river used to run dry, and with the advent of the DEP stormwater regulations from Schuler, anytime you increase 15% or more impervious in an area, you have an impact. But if you put it into the ground, you mitigate that. Now the Ipswich River doesn't run dry. EPA adopted all that as well as DEP for those regulations. So whether it's a stone driveway or a paved driveway, the net result is we get 8 inches, the 100-year storm, not the 1-inch storm or a 1-year storm, into the ground. And I think that really is the fact that it falls on leaf litter or grass or lawn. Lawns can get dense as well. And I think that this is vast improvement to groundwater control.
Well, from an anecdotal standpoint, I will say that I am familiar with the property. It's in my neighborhood. It's located at the bottom of Amherst Road, which is fairly steep. So there is significant runoff during storm events where you get flow running down Amherst Road significant flows, I might add. You know, and directionally, you know, it runs, you know, directly, there is a berm at the end. But, you know, ultimately the flow ends up coming down Amherst, hitting that berm, and then flowing to the down Lakeshore Drive into the property, and then there's a little portion next to that, or there's another property that's located next to it, and then, you know, some town-owned property. So, you know, I just think that with a paved surface there in the driveway, you know, I just can see, you know, potential issues with runoff, you know, coming down Amherst, hitting that berm, flowing down Lakeshore, and then, you know, entering the property. And, you know, just, I think it's, from a stormwater perspective, it's concerning. And then from a property owner perspective, you know, having that flow hitting the property and running down the driveway, I think is potentially going to be an issue too, potentially with, you know, flooding. Whereas if you had impervious, you know, an impervious, you know, stone surface, you know, that it might mitigate that to some extent. So yeah, I'll put that out there.
If I
Melissa?
may, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
It's fine if we use pervious pavers there. We have no real problem with that.
Okay.
I apologize, Mr. Connors. I should have probably jumped in there a little bit earlier, so.
Thank you, Mrs. Babin. Melissa, go ahead.
I was just going to say that if we're really relying on 100-year, you know, the infiltration system to take the flow, I know these aren't typically peer reviewed for stormwater for a single family home, but it's hard to rely. I think we need to take a good look at that if that's what we're hanging our hat on. And then I was curious about if you could go back to the site plan, on, I think on the top side of the page, what looks like rock. I was just curious what that existing condition is. It looks like, is it a rock swale that goes along like underneath that existing, what is that?
Yes, it's a sort of a rock swale. Most of that would be really removed and turned into a more formal swale with basic grading and earth materials.
So is that taking water from the roadway? And is the water from the roadway, where is that, I guess, gonna go if the swale's gone? It's gonna go.
The grading takes it right down to the inlet.
So it's gonna come off the road and go into the retaining,
There would be
into the
some
retaining
portion that would come onto the site at the apron of the driveway, and then some portion would go north down Lakeshore Drive. We're not grading it to capture all the water from Lakeshore Drive.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just wondering how that existing condition is gonna change for the abutters in the road and how that all works together in the bigger picture.
Yeah, that's a good point, Melissa. I mean, again, you know, not to beat a dead horse, but there's a significant amount of flow that kind of heads down into this area. So I think, you know, just, you know, from a stormwater perspective and to protect, you know, the property that's being developed here and the abutters, you know, I think we just need to take a fairly hard look at, you know, how that stormwater flow is going to be managed and to make sure it's being managed appropriately, so that, you know, you don't get flooding in your new house, obviously. And so that, you know, there's not stormwater issues on on the abutters properties, which, you know, could cause problems as well.
We have absolutely no flow off of our site onto the abutters. That has been designed, that's a specific design element from issues that I understand have arisen prior to the submission.
Okay, just, you know, as long as you're confident in that.
Yes, very confident.
Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I just want to say, this strikes me as being something very similar to the condition that was coming down Hayward around the bend, where there were several new houses built and the drain. Oh, I think I got a reverb.
Jim, hey, Jim, we're getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, all right, hold on. All right.
Yeah, you need to drop off on one of your, you're on two different channels here. I think you need to drop off one of them.
Okay, I'm dropping off. It reminds me of the condition coming down the hill to the beach that went around this sort of curve, and there were a couple of new houses there, and the stormwater was all pushed down to a neighbor 3 houses down. You remember that? So this sort of reminds me of that, and what you're describing as the flow coming off of the streets, and this potentially redirecting that. We're not saying, Mr. Connors, that it's coming off of the site onto an abutting property. What's being, considered is whether the stormwater coming off of the road there is now getting diverted to some other place when it would otherwise be going on the subject property. I think that's what we're saying, Jeff.
Yeah. No, I think that.
If I can respond to
Yes,
that.
go ahead, Mr. Connors.
Look at the contours along the edge of Lakeshore Drive from the south, where the 2 retaining walls are to the east of it. I'm sorry, to the west of it. You can see that there's a sort of a ridge that keeps the water on Lakeshore Drive all the way to the driveway, where you see that little upside down U-shaped contour at about elevation 200 or so. And that's not allowing water from above us onto our site in the existing condition. And that won't change. We're leaving that grading along the edge of the front property line and out into the edge of pavement as it is. So that's not going to allow any drainage from Amherst Road onto our property, and it's not going to change what comes down and runs north along Amherst Road, Lakeshore Drive at all.
Okay, as Jeff said earlier, someone said earlier, this is a very detailed drawing. Lots of layers, lots of things to look at, I think, including the contours and what the flow is going to be. So I'll review it. I'm sure others will. But thank you for that.
Through the chair?
Yes, go ahead, Matt. And
Yep. I haven't conducted my review of this yet, and I haven't been onto the site yet. But certainly based on the conversation tonight, I can take a close look at some of these areas and include in my review some discussion of sort of existing conditions and looking at the plan. And although I'm not an engineer, provide at least some commentary on existing conditions and potential concerns or lack thereof with the drainage for your consideration.
That'd be great, Matt. Thank you. And, just as a secondary comment, we did receive comments from some abutters who, also brought up the concern of the stormwater management. So I think we need to take a hard look at this just to make sure that it's being managed properly. It's not going to affect the butters. And, Matt, to your point, if you can take a look at it and give us your opinion, that would be helpful. So.
But could I ask that Matt coordinate the site visit with Vito?
Sure, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, we can do that.
Through the chair, I know that we're pressed for time, but I feel like I want to make one more comment before.
Yep, go ahead, Ted.
So I'm looking at the back again, and I noticed that the limit of work is well beyond the patio. I already have some issues with the patio, but I don't really understand why the limit of work has to be so far from the patio. And then along the same lines back there, this proposal eliminates lots and lots of big trees, most of which are outside of our jurisdiction. I get it. I'm curious if the reason to remove the 22-inch oak is simply it's in the way of construction, or is it a diseased tree? And same with the trees over along the property line. Is it that they are in the way, or are they diseased?
There was a report by a arborist on the trees, and I am looking at it now. 22-inch oak. My recommendation with training, remove these trees due to structural stability and the effects of construction on critical root zones with drip line and due to high tree risk ratings. That's by their arborist at Maltby Company, and that's part of the NOI.
So we have that report, on file, Mr. Connors?
Yes, it's part of the NOI.
So that sounds like a mix of tree health and what construction would do to the trees.
I leave that to the arborist.
I'm just saying that's what I heard from the arborist report.
All right, Ted, let's take a look at that report, in the next couple weeks.
My other comment was the limit of work, but if we can't pick that up now, that's fine.
Yeah, I think first I want to open this up to public comment quickly, if there's any abutters or folks from the public that have comments or questions. And then just in the interest of our agenda tonight, we got to move along because we have quite a few other hearings that we have to.
Mr. Chairman, if I can get 2 words in.
Yes,
One,
Ed.
to echo Ted's comments relative to the trees. You're not surprised to hear that. And my second is relative to the drainage device in the driveway. I think it was Melissa that said, and my concern with that, if it's a 100-year storm on the imperviousness of the house, that doesn't include the imperviousness of the pavement, et cetera, and water that could be coming from the street. That's it. Thank you.
No, it includes the driveway.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Connors?
It includes the driveway.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
part
understand.
of the lawn area that's in front of the driveway as well.
I understand.
Okay,
it includes the driveway.
let's stop there. Are there any comments from the public or abutters at this point? Okay, so we'll continue this out.
I have my hand raised, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Is that Mr. Phillips?
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
I am abutting on the south side. I'm at 54. And I have, the Babbins have shared their plans for the house, including the runoff situation and the trees with me. They've been very straightforward. I have no problem with the construction as it was laid out, even though I am an abutter. I think it will certainly improve the land values all around the whole area. And I'm not really, I'm not an arborist, but I know the conditions of the trees over there. I don't think they're that long for this world, just looking at the amount of dead branches that come down on every windstorm. But other than that, I just want to say that I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. And then I have another person with their hand raised here, Sal. You have a comment? Sal? Going once, going twice, your hand's raised, but.
you hear
okay.
me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry. This is Sal Assessi, and I'm hoping someday to spend a little time in the ADU that's shown on the property in my retirement. I'm Dana's father. I'm a contractor by trade and a civil engineer by training, although I'm not licensed, but I've been doing this for a long time. And one of the things that we've had a lot of success for, and I've done a lot of it, including in New England, is pervious pavers. We've had a lot of luck with pervious pavers. I heard some comments about not being able to handle the capacity of the runoff. And I know Dana would be willing to use pervious pavers if it improved it. It can't help but improve the drainage. There was some comment about the rainfall not getting into the ground, the pervious pavers, or some form of pervious pavement would be helpful with that. The other thing I heard, which I want to make sure that everybody understands the same way I do, and I could be wrong, somebody can correct me. That is not a rock swale that goes down through the property. It's a rock wall that goes down through the property. So the drainage doesn't, from what I've seen the lot a few times, there's not a swale that goes down through the property that's lined with rocks that drains the water down to the lake. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't want people to get the impression that there is this existing swale that's dragging water down to the lake. When I look at this as a layman with only a little bit of training, it looks like what they've done is take water that may have gone public skelter through this property or onto neighboring properties and directed it all down into the ground or into the lake to the benefit of the whole area. That's my comment, and I'm sticking to it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sal. I think it was identified as a swale on the plan. So, I'll defer to Matt and Mr. Connors. When they go out on the site, they can either verify that or, they can make an assessment of what exactly is out there, and, we can make sure the plan is accurate to reflect, the current conditions. So, okay.
Mr. Chair, that sounds fine, but just to clarify, there is a mention of a swale on there for what is being proposed to help manage the water down closer to the lake. So yes, you did see the word swale on there, and it references something else that is being proposed to help manage the water conditions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mrs. Babin.
Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, we have to move on, folks. So we'll continue this out to our next hearing, which is May 11th. Matt, if you can just coordinate with Mr. Connors on the site visit, that would be great. And Mr. Connors, again, if you can just send an email out to Don requesting the continued hearing to the 11th, that would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, folks. Okay. Okay, moving along, Gamble 60 Lakeshore Drive. This is a continuation of a notice of intent for a house addition.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Matt Morrow. I am representing Anna Gamble. Also on tonight is Joe Frazier, who is the contractor involved in the work. Essentially, what we have is an addition to a single family home that is proposed in two sections due to the pre-existing construction of the home. We have an addition to the side of the house that is going to be 11.5 feet by 12.5 feet. And a second connecting addition to the first module that will measure a little over 6 feet by a little over 26 feet, about 26.2. The addition will be built on top of a concrete slab. The total square footage of the buffer zone alteration proposed is 285 square feet. The alteration is proposed on previously developed portions of the lot, and as such won't result in any substantial change of current condition with respect to buffer zone value and function, nor would there be any real substantial changes in drainage pattern with respect to volume and velocity increase. The potential for erosion during the proposed construction phase will be controlled by the establishment of erosion protection, and they've been noted and updated in the resubmitted plans with the notice of intent based on input by your reviewer from Lucas Environmental. I had the engineer of record, Gerald Buzanowski, redraw the plans based on the specifications that is it Matt? Is that who did the
Yes.
review? His name was Matt. He's got a great
Cor-
name, by the way.
Correct.
Yeah, he's got a great name, by the way. But I basically sent the letter out to Jerry. I had him look at it. We discussed it, and he drew it according to the specifications on the letter. There's no work within your 50-foot zone. There's no work in floodplain proposed. There is the only other outstanding issue that was cited on the evaluation was a Chapter 91 waterways license, which I am in the midst of doing the application. It would be basically the light application. So that will wind up getting the retroactive approval from the Chapter 91. Once that is issued, I will issue it. I will copy it to the commission for their records. Because I know a lot of times Chapter 91 doesn't send copies of everything out to everybody. So I'll make sure that you guys get it. If an order of conditions is granted, I will be monitoring the erosion barriers along with the contractor to make sure that everything is in place and done right. And I will ensure that the order is recorded as you guys require. It's a small project. It seems fairly straightforward. We made the adjustments on the plan based on the input from Lucas Environmental. We have a DEP number with no comment. And that's just about it, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morrow. Hey, Don? Don,
Yes.
you still with us?
Yes.
We don't have the site plan up for
You
some
can't
reason.
see this? You can't see my
Nah.
site plan?
No, it's not showing up.
Sorry about that.
No
I got all the documents open. I'm sorry.
Matt, did you have any follow-up comments, questions on this particular application?
I haven't seen the revised plan, but presuming the erosion controls have been added and the Chapter 91 is underway, I have no further comments.
Okay. Okay, questions, comments from the commission members? Question or comments from the public? Okay. So if I can get a motion to approve the notice of intent as discussed for 60 Lakeshore Drive.
So moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
All right, Carrie, we'll do the roll call vote. Melissa,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Ted,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
and Jeff is an aye. Okay, great, Mr. Morrow. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and have a great night.
You too. Thanks. Okay, Toll Brothers, Lot 26, Wayland Road. This is a continuation of a notice of intent for a single-family home.
Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, John Cusick with Bowler Engineering. This should be a pretty quick presentation. We are here for Lot 26, which you had seen previously. At the last hearing, we had gone through, we presented the plan along with their changes based on peer review comments. Essentially, the building's located fully outside of the 100-foot buffer. The deck is mostly outside of it. We've held the backyard at 40 feet, which puts over 60 feet to the apex of the wetland line, which is consistent with what we had talked about and discussed. Really, the one question that the commission just wanted to see was an updated tree line, which we have added to the plan. So you'll notice that there's a small section of trees essentially right behind the house to that 40-foot clearing that would need to be removed as part of this. However, the remaining buffer would be fully wooded behind that up into the wetland line as shown on the plan. We've also resubmitted the form associated with this per Don's request. As can be seen, there's 3,900 square feet of buffer zone disturbance between the 100 and I'll call it 60 foot buffer. So we've updated that table as well. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cusick. And I'll open it up to questions, comments from commission members. Okay.
Jeff, I'll just say, I'm sorry, through the chair.
Yes.
Assuming this comes to a vote, I'll just say that the 40-foot at the backyard for some of the other lots I was okay with. I'll repeat that I am less agreeable to that here because there's so much side yard for playing for the kids. So when it comes to vote, since that hasn't changed, that'll explain where I land.
Okay, thank you, Ted. Okay, questions or comments from the public? All right, if I get a motion to close and approve the notice of intent for Lot 26 Wayland Road.
So moved.
And a second, please.
I'll second.
All right, and all in favor, we'll do the roll call vote. Melissa,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Ted,
No.
Ed,
No.
Jim,
Aye.
and Jeff is an aye. Okay, thank you, Mr. Cusick,
Great. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
and we appreciate you working with us on this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You as well.
Okay, Nation, 0 Wood Street. This is a continuation of a notice of intent for the access roadway.
Scott Goddard from Goddard Consulting is on the call as well. Joe Markadot is on the call as well as the applicant, Mr. Nation. Since the last public hearing, we have submitted through Joe's office, a revised site plan. And the most notable change on that site plan was a depiction of a delineated boundary of a vernal pool habitat area internal to the BVW and showing the requisite 125 feet off of that. The area contains some salamander and wood frog egg masses, the spring, and the limits of where we're effectively standing water observed in the springtime was what was delineated in the field. Joe, are there any other stormwater related elements or plan changes that ought to be highlighted to this site plan?
No, the only changes were the inclusion of the vernal pool and the habitat.
Okay, great.
So at the last meeting, that was the
Yep, well, that was
item
kind of the
remaining.
outstanding item.
Mhm.
All right, great. Matt, did you have any comments?
I haven't been out to the site to review the flagged boundary. Was there any kind of report submitted on the vernal pool or anything, or was it just the revised plan?
There was no report. The plan was the extent of what was submitted. That line that is on here is where water was observed at this point in time of year. So
Okay.
I think that represents probably about maybe a week ago of water.
All right, so questions or comments from the commission members?
Can you just, Jeff, it's not clear to me looking at the smaller diagram where we're talking. I see the blue lines, but those outline the vernal pool?
Yeah, maybe Don, can you zoom in, maybe zoom in more so we can
I don't know
explain the graphics there?
which plan would you like? Would you like
That
the
one that you
first
were
one?
just on is fine. Yeah, that works fine. Just
That
if
one,
you could
yep.
maybe zoom in a bit, even a bit more. You probably even, yeah, and then there you go.
Yeah, my computer's
Yep, right about
jumping
there.
up the bit.
So the blue line that's shown there is the BVW boundary that's on site. Yep. And on that one, we have the various buffer zones attributed to it. And then interior to the left of the blue line is a black line. That one, yep. And that was delineated as vernal pool habitat interior to the BVW boundary, and then it shows 125 feet off of that. Now, you know, the point that I brought to the board at the last meeting was, regardless of whether or not it was a vernal pool or not, or where the edge of it was or not, relative to the crossing, I don't think that would change the plan or the design or the intent of the crossing itself, because the crossing is on an existing crossing location. It's the narrowest point in the system. It's separated from the wetland by sort of an upland berm, because this wetland that we're crossing is really the stream, intermittent stream outlet to this upper BVW system. There's sort of a discharge point right where it necks down, and then we experience a flow that heads over toward the Route 495, and that stream discharge is what we're crossing over. So we're down gradient of the BVW PVP area, and if you scale off 125 from those flags, it looks like it just comes shy of our limit of work area anyways. So I think the purpose of this was to perhaps identify limits of where future activities for this access road may be able to occur safely without being within any type of buffer zones related to the wetlands. So now all those buffer zones are shown on this.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair,
Yes, Don.
just want to make one small point. You know, it's not pertinent now, might be down the road. These are the parcels that the NOI have covered. These are the parcels the applicant owns. So we haven't even looked at this parcel. Just wanted to let you know that. So if they did cross through and said, we're not going to do anything in the commission's jurisdiction, you looked at this one, you haven't looked at that one.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. So I think we are ready to vote on this. It's been
Chair?
Yes, Matt.
Sorry, Jeff. I never heard if the question on the open space issue was.
Yep, that was
resolved.
that was a question that I had. Good. Thank you, Matt. Has the approval from the planning board and the land use department, you know, on the construction and open space been resolved at this point, Scott, or?
I think that would be best suited for Joe or Ron to answer.
Okay. Do we have an answer?
My understanding is that we're not completed any kind of a planning board process on this.
Okay, so, I mean, that's obviously, just to go through, so let me backtrack. I think, you know, from a commission standpoint, two things. I think we're ready to vote on it, you know, pending Matt's review and confirmation of the vernal pool flagging and boundary. So that's number one. Number two, you know, there's still the approval from the planning board on whether this is permittable because of the open space designation. And the you know, the work that's been previously done at the site. Another condition is which we have discussed previously, is, there's an understanding that, we're providing access here to the other parcels or the other parcel that, is presumed, or, it is the expectation from the commission, which will be written in the order that, there'll be no disturbance or alteration of resource areas or buffer zone in the access parcels.
So Jeff, can we land on that one point there for a minute? There hasn't been any real exploration of that other parcel that Dawn had mentioned for anything in the future, right? And the purpose of this application was access for a specific parcel. I don't think it would be appropriate for this order of conditions to make reference to parcels that are not part of the application. We'd ask that any decision like what you referred to seems fine about limiting the work in the buffer zone, but it would be limited to the parcel that's the request of the order.
Okay, that, fair enough.
Chair? Through the
Yes,
chair?
Don.
Part and parcel is, even on the NOI intake form, we have, if there's any commingled land, the commission would want to have a cumulative analysis of it.
Right, so we look at the cumulative impacts, Mr. Goddard. Obviously, I understand that, I guess it'd be the southerly parcel there, isn't part of the application process, but that'll be on the, radar of the commission, going forward, if work is proposed there.
I understand that, yes. And I understand it will be on the radar and it will be a point of discussion, of course, but if that could just be not included in the order because it's not part of the application, that's all.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
think that's fair. Okay. I think Beta's comments have been appropriately addressed based on my review of their report. The vernal pool has been addressed. The construction sequence, I believe has been provided. Is that correct, Don, Matt,
I'm looking.
for the wetland mitigation? Or we're looking to get that prior to the access way construction, I guess, is the appropriate way to word the condition. So we would like to see the construction sequence for the mitigation prior to the access construction.
That's fine.
Okay. I think that covers the points that were brought up during the process. Matt, Don, did you have anything else to add?
I was just wondering, that last comment you made, was that from Beta's review or Lucas's review?
I believe that was Lucas's.
Okay, because I typically, if I write an order, I'll reference, what comment that came from. Thank you.
Yeah,
That was my comment on.
Thank you.
Yep, that was Matt's comment. Okay. Okay, very good. All right, so, yes. Ed, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the plan to show up. But now, there is an area, now I can't read it because it's so small, but it was something like limit of activities or something like that. And I don't understand what that is. Limit future site activities area. What is that?
So, right, that was part of the request of where future site activities were being proposed to access for the identified agricultural use. Just to show where that would take
Outside of
place.
the buffer zone, correct?
Outside of the buffer,
Mr. Goddard?
exactly.
Agricultural use.
Yeah, I'd like a definition of agricultural use.
Well, again, that was what's been identified to date. If that changes, it would have to go through any appropriate, processes, but
Okay,
any activities would have to be outside of the jurisdiction of the commission in that rear area there.
right, which is what we had agreed to. Okay. All right. Are there questions or comments from the public at this point? And if there are, please raise your hand or feel free to speak up.
To the chair quickly.
Yes, go ahead, Ted.
I'm looking at the southernmost portion of the plan. It looks like the line that delineates limited or limit of activities disappears. I don't see it hemming in all the way around the property. If you look just above, there we go, right above where it says crossing, we lose that line. It disappears.
If we could switch to page 2, it would pick up beyond the match line on page 2.
Ah, there it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ted. Okay. All right, if I can get a motion to approve the notice of intent for the access roadway at 0 Wood Street with the conditions as discussed, please.
So moved.
So Ted made the motion. Jim, you second?
Second.
And we'll do the roll call vote. Melissa?
Aye.
Carrie? Ted?
No.
Ed?
No.
Jim?
Aye.
And Jeff is an aye. Okay, great. Thank you, folks.
Thank you all. Good night.
Have a good evening. Okay. Just contending with a migraine headache as we go along here, so you have to be patient with me tonight.
Which child is this name?
Pardon me? What was that?
I was saying, which one of yours is giving you the migraine?
It's just neither kid. My kids, one of them doesn't even live with me anymore. The other one doesn't speak to me and stays in his room all day. So it's not the kids.
I got 2 of those.
Might be my wife, but I don't know. All right. No, it's just it's a seasonal thing. Okay. Moving along with work session items. The Historic Commission, Route 85, Akins Road or Akins Road, informal discussion. Do we have?
Yes, Mike Rowan here.
Good evening, Mr. Rowan.
Good evening. Matt came with me to a site visit, and if I could, I'd like to have Matt just summarize what his findings are, and then I'll respond.
Absolutely. Matt?
Yeah, so we met out on the site to just for me to really hear what the project was and kind of see what the scope of it was. Presumably sort of headed towards, this discussion, I think, where the commission would provide some guidance on the level of permitting needed. And basically the existing site, for those who may not be familiar, is an old road and crossing of the Sudbury River, an old stone bridge. And there's basically an existing trail that runs through the area that connects to the railroad station in Southborough. The town line is on the Sudbury River, of course. And we chatted about sort of the limits of the project and sort of the amount of grading and things that would need to be done in order to sort of minimize the footprint, in order to presumably minimize the amount of permitting necessary. So the old existing road is pretty well defined by some rather interesting concrete bounds that have some old iron connections in them that probably held wood, sort of a wood guardrail or something at some point. And those are all pretty much at the top of the slope. And my recommendation was sort of leaning towards, I think, it seems like the existing grades are such that you can stay within sort of this existing footprint of the old road, thereby minimizing tree removal. You can see in some of these photos, it's fairly kind of young, shrubby vegetation that's grown up in a portion of this trail area. The larger trees are onto the slope that lead down to the river. Of course, we're in riverfront area as well as buffer zone here. There's a shot of the bridge. So really sort of my recommendation was, to kind of minimize the footprint here, and then the commission can decide whether, because it's work in riverfront area, would it still require a notice of intent? That's looking into Southborough there. Or could this be permitted with a request for determination of applicability? The one other potential piece of the work that may or may not be involved at this time, I guess, was some of the granite pieces that were originally at the top of the bridge have fallen or were pushed down into the river beside the flow, but are kind of sitting up on top of existing stone along the river. Yeah, that picture shows it pretty well. So sort of those rectangular, clearly cut pieces of granite came off the top of the bridge. And I think as part of the project, they were hoping to somehow pluck those out and put them back up on the bridge where they belong. That looked fairly minor to me because if they were sort of entrenched in a substrate that might be disturbed and cause erosion, I'd be a bit more concerned about that. But where they just seem to be sitting on top of fairly substantial stone, I think that can be done minimally, other than I think in whatever permit application is proposed, there should be a description of how that work is going to be done, obviously. That's really it. So I think really, and I'm sure Mr. Ruffin will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the question before the commission is how would they like to see this work permitted?
No, exactly.
My sense is an RDA, I think is sufficient. I think the work that's being done, is minimal. It's restoration. Plucking those, portions of the bridge that have kind of fallen down, along the bank there. If you can just give us a description when you file the application, Mr. Rohan, on how you intend to do that.
Sure.
This is an important historical structure that, I'm happy to see it being preserved. My recollection is there's only less than 100 of these dry laid bridges left, across the country.
Exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. So it's worthy of preservation. And, part of the reason for doing the trail primarily is to get the organic overburden off of the bridge and replace it with crushed stone and well draining material. So we're trying to do two things, also trying to make it more accessible so it's more visible to the public. And to that regard, Mr. Barrow, I did talk to Chief Slayman, communicate with him. He did respond to say that the plans look good for him. So I don't think he's going to ask us to make any modifications to accommodate safety. But thank you for having me follow up with him. So, yeah.
So I think the RDA is the appropriate path. Just provide us as part of the application process, kind of a narrative of the scope of what you intend to do. And I think it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
are you planning on putting some type of historical placard out there?
Yes, yes. We will, when we're done, put a placard out. But I think what we also want to do, once construction starts, is have a temporary sign. And we'll put it wherever you want, but just to say this is funded by CPC. And if that's an issue, I'll put it on the plans. If you don't care where it is, it'll probably be up by the guardrail, right?
No, it was an issue, just a point of curiosity, that's all.
Yeah, no, there'll be a historic plaque, probably one of the plaques similar to what's on Center School or on the trails or at the recent one at the town pound.
Excellent, okay.
All right.
Sounds
thank
good.
you. No,
Okay,
thanks a lot.
Jim, did you have a question?
I did. As Don was scrolling through here, there was a description of the sequence of work, I believe. Was there a report there that, that.
Yeah.
Does that just give us the description that you're looking for, Jeff? It seems like it does, but.
Well, if I could, Jim, it is excessive. That was the bid documents. We went out to bid with that.
Okay.
They were going to put a concrete arch, sub-arch above the stone arch, and we can't afford it. So the scope of work.
Just put a summary that reflects what it is going to do. I remember this now, right? That was a little bit excessive.
Yeah,
All right,
like
thank you.
anything historic, it takes us forever to get something done.
Well, there's only 3 people to do the work. That's why.
Yeah. It's,
Thanks, Mike.
yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rohan. So an RDA, and I appreciate you taking the effort to do this work. I know it's been a process, 4 or 5 years in the making, but thank you.
Well, thank you for your cooperation. And Matt, thank you. All right, thanks all.
Okay, have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks. Okay, College Rock, Mr. Lagoy.
Yeah, so Peter Lagoy, 21 Hayden Rose Street, Chairman of the Trail Coordination Management Committee. So one of our charges is to improve parking, and we're looking at several areas where we might want to do that, but sort of low-hanging fruit and or an issue that's been pretty regularly raised by like the select board and folks is College Rock. And what we're planning to do is to essentially put in a parking lot similar to what's over at both Echo Trail and then also at the Hughes Farm Trail. Essentially a either crushed concrete or crushed asphalt base topped with stone dust. Been out there with the contractor, we looked at it and we think we can, with some grading, basically make all the rocks that stick up and cause all sorts of damage to cars and problem getting around in there, we can make that issue go away. There'll be, when we're done, there's roughly 6 spaces out there. There's one area between 2 this is on the east side, shown in that plan, that sort of little piece that sticks out. That will have a sign saying no parking, turn around only, and that will allow the 6 spaces to work more effectively. We're not changing any things in terms of the dimension of the parking lot, and we actually talked to the zoning officer, and he said we did not need to go to the planning board for a minor project review. We're going to probably need a sign in there. There's no sign talking about College Rock, so we want to put a sign in there that says College Rock, Town of Hopkinton. On that, there's additionally about 4 spaces further west, about 100 feet, a little over 100 feet west, right on College Street. And we want to be able to point people to those spots rather than having them trying to park willy-nilly in there, which has been sort of an ongoing problem, and makes getting in and out of that lot difficult.
Okay.
So that's basically it. We're looking at putting a stone dust surface down, similar to what we've got in other parking lots. And in that process, smoothing things out. We might move one or two of the entrance rocks that apparently people hit on a weekly basis, according to the neighbor.
Yeah, I've hit them a few times myself out there. It's
Yeah.
always a challenge trying to turn around in there. So for the benefit of the commission, I mean, this isn't jurisdictional. It's not buffer zone. The reason that Mr. Lagoy is coming before us is because College Rock is managed by the Conservation Commission. So he's just running the proposal by us since we have stewardship of the property. And sounds good to me, Mr. Lagoy. I think that parking lot or that parking area definitely needs to be improved. And I'll open it up to comments from the other commission members.
Sounds good to me, Jim. I just want to say that this will likely be integral to the Upper Charles Trail system eventually too. And
Thank you, Jim. Any other comments?
If you can't park your car in there without whacking the bottom, you shouldn't be climbing on College Rock.
You shouldn't even be driving a car there if you're going to climb College Rock.
Hey, Peter, I haven't been down there in a while. How's the rock face been? Is there?
That's the graffiti.
Yeah, I know we had the graffiti removed, a couple of years ago. Is that still in good condition or?
Yeah, it's in pretty good condition. They've got that sign is back up. They've actually got rock climbing routes on the sign.
Yeah, Scout did that. Ethan Ritterbush did that a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a nice job. Put some benches out there, kind of cleaned up the area. So the parking lot will be a nice addition to that area, definitely.
Yeah.
We appreciate you doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Lagoy.
Thanks, folks.
Yep,
Have a
have a good evening.
Take care.
You too.
Hey, Jeff,
Yes.
I'm watching you suffer. We have a quorum without you and we have 2 vice chairs. Do you want to just take the rest of the night off?
I can't because I have to manage the Zoom. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm also volunteering 2 other people to take over for you, so it's easy for me.
We're almost done.
Okay.
It'll be
right.
another half an hour, but thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, REC Hopkinton, Chamberlain Street and Wayland Road, the temporary basin sizing. Do we have anyone from REC Hopkinton on the call?
Jeff, I thought this was internal. Someone from the commission wanted this on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe this, yeah, I think I actually requested this. So I got an email, I don't know, a week or so ago, Don, from one of the planning board members. And, apparently the basins, they're temporary at this point, right? They're not fully constructed, but they were, in the email, the observation was that the contractors were out there pumping water out of the basins into the woods. I went out a day or so after I got the email. I didn't see any evidence of it. The contractors had basically pulled the equipment out at that point. But I guess this is more of a question for Melissa and Carrie. The comment that the planning board had was, the basin sized properly, if at this stage in the construction process, they have to be out there pumping them out. Okay, there we go. Yep. you know, my comment was back to the planning board member, you know, these are temporary basins, they're not fully constructed, full confidence in Beta's review, you know, and review of the design. So, I guess this was more of just kind of a question for the commission members and, you know, more in particular, you know, Melissa and Carrie, you know, is this something we need to be concerned with, or is this kind of, you know,
If it sounds like,
typical? Yep, sorry, go ahead, Melissa.
so they're pumping them after it's done raining because they're not draining.
Right.
So it's not a capacity issue necessarily as far as the sizing of the basin.
It's an infiltration, right?
Yeah.
Issue,
Right.
which would be typical of something that's not,
Yeah, I mean, if
that's
they have,
temporary, right?
it should be temporary. I mean, it should infiltrate, but if they have a bunch of, because if it is full of sediment from all the construction and it's getting silted up, then it could cause it not to infiltrate. Once it's constructed, they're supposed to empty in 72 hours. Like that's the stormwater requirement for Mass CP. And if it's not doing that, then it's not functioning. But so I think the key would just be when they're done and they're going to turn it over to a permanent basin, they should be scraping out that top layer, making sure that the soils are what they're supposed to be. And that's something that the peer review, I mean, if it's the construction observation by the peer review engineer, whether that's, I'm not sure who the planning board has doing that, but it's something that they can check before the basin is finalized. And then you can keep an eye on it after the fact and make sure that it's draining. So I don't think I mean, if it's not like overflowing, then I don't think it's a sizing issue. I think it's an infiltration issue.
Okay, so it's just something to keep an eye on, Melissa. Maybe I just respond to the planning board to that effect and let them know that, you know, once it's constructed or when it's nearing completion, make sure the silt is removed and, you know, it's properly constructed according to specs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, as long as they're not as long as what they're pumping out isn't, I mean, I would think it would all settle down and be clean water that they're pumping out to empty it again.
Okay.
If it's turbid and, you know, they don't have a sediment, but I think you said that in the email that they had a sediment bag on there and it was clean water. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was. John,
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, I played the video. It wasn't discharging into a sediment bag or hay bale corral, but that's what I was asking. Because this area, there's areas outside our jurisdiction, you know, so it was like, okay, is it a SWIP thing? You know, because Plan Board has whole jurisdiction, but if they were discharging in the buffer zone, we have a standard condition, you should be putting it in a bag or a, you know, hay bale corral. But the video didn't look like it was too sediment laden, you know, like it was the, you know, they get in the top water, but, you know, if they were going to continue pumping, I'd say just put it in a bag, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion, Don. A bag or some type of, you know, like you said.
Yeah, just follow our standard condition and hopefully it's a standard condition in the SWIP. I haven't read the entire SWIP and blah, 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 but I think they'd be amenable to that.
All right, I'll send an email to both Goddard, to Mr. Mastriani, and I'll copy Gary, who's the chair of the planning board, to that effect. You know,
Jeff, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Don, do you know in what direction the water was being pumped? Was it pumped towards the wetland?
That's, I mean, all I have is a video.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I haven't been on site.
If it was being pumped toward the wetland, and even if it was fairly clean, at that velocity, would that create concern that it's going to pick up sediment that runs into the wetland?
Well, and we have erosion controls on site, you know, so, but, you know, we would want to keep the sediments, you know, there, not discharging, you know?
Yeah, it's a concern.
We'd want the water flowing, but we wouldn't want the sediments flowing.
Yeah, I'm worried it would pick up sediments outside and carry them away, but if the
And
erosion control.
depending on the area, yeah, that
All right.
could exasperate.
I don't
That's
want
why,
to.
that if you have it in the bag, it really cuts down the flow. And if you have it in the hay bale corral, you know what I mean? You're not going to get a lot of water pressure,
Yeah.
causing rills.
Yeah, the pressure coming out of the hose is what alarmed me, regardless of
Right.
whether it was clean or not.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. When I went out there the next day, the equipment was kind of pulled off site, so I couldn't see exactly what they were doing, but I'll shoot an email to, like I said, to the
parties.
To the parties, and, I'll copy you folks on it. So, okay.
Through the chair?
Yep. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick thought on it. So they did a similar thing, a larger scale over at Legacy Farms. If you remember, I guess it was a couple years ago when the project, the last phase of the project first started. And they were pumping way up to the top of the hill to a whole array of sort of this constructed hay bale corral system.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's not unheard of to be doing that. But I think the key is it something that's in the SWIP that somebody's doing with some thought behind it, or are they just saying, oh, throw a pump in that and pump it out somewhere? Because it's when somebody just starts winging it is when trouble occurs. If it's something that's somebody's thought about and written down and put in the SWIP, and somebody's following that instruction, then I think it makes sense, but it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, and I get the sense in this situation, they were winging it. They were just pumping it out and discharging it, not giving much thought to what they were doing. So, okay. All right. And on that note, moving along, Heritage Properties, which is the site that you just mentioned, Matt. We had another discharge last week out to the Ashland Reservoir. We were notified by the Ashland DPW and Conservation Commission, which frankly is embarrassing. So I just want to keep this short, Don. If we can, we have $6,000 right now being held in abeyance and fines from the violation in November of 2018. So I'll throw that out there. What I think we should do here, Don, is tabulate the violation and then ask Heritage Property to attend the next meeting for a violation discussion. That makes sense to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Don, does that sound good to you?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so we'll schedule a continuation of the previous enforcement violation hearing you guys had back in 2018. And then we'll look at, so you'll revisit that one, and you'll also want a violation discussion of the current situation.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
we'll
and
get that on
I
the
will say
agenda.
this, this happened on a Friday. I think, Don, we got notified like at noon or 1 o'clock on Friday afternoon, right?
Yes.
My recollection, I went out to the site, made a few phone calls, to the number that was on the construction trailer. Little unhappy that I approached a couple of the guys that were on site, and they decided to roll their window up and drive away. I wasn't too happy about that. But overall, they did respond fairly quickly, probably knowing that they have the fine in abeyance, I would imagine. But again, it's just the runoff going into the Ashland Reservoir there where they have the drinking water wells, just kind of, pissed me off a little bit. I thought that they were keeping a better eye on this, but anyways, we'll move along. So that's the backdrop there.
Jeff, can I just say something?
Yep.
It is very troubling that this keeps happening. And I think it's time to do more than just hold money in abeyance. I think we need to, I support a fine.
Yep,
But
we'll discuss that.
Do what you said. Yep, I know.
We'll
Yeah.
discuss that at the next meeting. I'm in agreement. Okay. All right, Praveen, 105 Saddle Hill Road. This is an exemption request.
Good evening, Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Praveen. How are you tonight?
So far, so good. How about you?
Good, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I would defer to Matt. I know Matt was here a couple of weeks back and he reviewed it. So Matt, you want to explain and I can chime in if needed.
Sure. So I visited the site a couple of weeks ago now and inspected. There was quite a large number of trees that were shown on sort of a hand sketch for removal. And the sketch that you see in front of you here now was a result of us getting the homeowner went by very quickly, but got him a copy of an as-built plan from when the house was originally built, which provided a real buffer zone line. I think the wetlands are, for those purposes, are accurate enough. So that led to a lot of the trees that were proposed to be removed. They're outside of the commission's jurisdiction to come off the plan, just because there's no jurisdiction. So I advised the homeowner that the commission, really has no say in that. So if he wants to remove those, as long as they're not in some other violation of some other law, that's fine. I did mention a concern over scenic road, and if he had to have some coordination with the planning board or tree warden for that. But again, that's not necessarily the commission's situation. So so I looked at all the trees. They were all pretty well marked out there as to which ones were proposed to be removed. And Mr. Praveen generally described the reasoning for it. At that time, he had it sounded like they had several people come out and give pricing on the tree removal. And I think various people had given differing reasons potentially for the tree removal. I think certainly some of the trees were very obviously damaged. Certainly number one, that's closest to Saddle Hill Road, was clearly rotten at the bottom and looked quite hazardous. But some of the other ones, like I think maybe number, I have my notes here. One second. Yeah, so number one clearly was pretty rotten. Number two, which I guess that's outside jurisdiction. Number three was a red maple. I didn't see any obvious defects. I think that one was perhaps close to, there's a overhead power lines that run through the forest there. I think the homeowner was a little concerned about that. But again, not any obvious defects there. And that was fairly close to the wetland. Number four looked like it had some defects to it. Number five was outside jurisdiction. Number six was, I don't know if the homeowners reconsidered this. We chatted a little bit about this one. This is a pretty substantial, about a 30-inch white oak tree that's been there a long time. I think one of the tree companies had advised them that it was potentially the roots from it were cracking the foundation, which I'm not sure I would believe, because I think that tree was there many, many years before the house was. And I kind of doubt that that's happening, but just kind of leave that there, I guess. 7, 8, and 9 were all white pines. I think those are outside jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Number 10 there's a white pine, again, large white pine. I didn't see any obvious defects to it, but again, I'm not an arborist. 10A and 10B had some obvious defects that I could see. Number 11 and number 12 were clearly leaning towards the house. 26 through 36 were all pretty proximal to the house, and I think the owner had concerns of leaning towards the house or throwing branches and leaves and things onto the roof, damaging the roof. Number 25, it had a branch fallen in the yard. 23 and 24 were totally covered in bittersweet vines, were on their way out. And then some of the other ones down sort of in the back of the property. I think the owner was interested in expanding the yard. And I think those ones back there didn't really appear to be a threat to the house at all. And generally, to my eye, seemed fairly healthy. And potentially if those need to come down for a yard expansion, I think maybe a permit application would be in order. So I think I'll leave it at that. Mr. Praveen can fill in anything I missed.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I think Matt pretty much summed it up, Mr. Chair. But overall, in fact, we moved into this house because we like the woods around. But some of these trees are it's so close to the house, it's impacting the roof. We already fixed the roof last winter, I would say 4 months back. There was a leak, and when I planned to change the roof, I was told no, till I remove the trees, it's not going to help because the branches and the trees are pretty much leaning on both the sides. And some of these trees that was marked in the map from 24 to 36. So all these, the roots, of course, the branches is one case. It's building moss on the roof, but the second part is the roots that are already hitting the basement. So we already see cracks starting up. So somewhere we want to get this addressed, but by the end of the day, it's a safety concern. But we still have other trees which we want to leave it because by the end of the day, it's the look and it's the environment. But there are certain things that's concerning, and those are the ones that are marked in the map, and that's what I shared with Matt as well when he was here.
Okay, I think Jeff kicked it to me for the moment. So I'll step in here. So the trees to the left of the house, I understand the safety concerns and whatnot. You were saying 27 through.
So 24. So 24, you see at the back of the house. Yeah. So right from there. Yep. And of course, excuse my marking there because I couldn't get it right next to it. So somewhere I've just moved it a little bit behind. So 25, it's damaged, I suppose. So it's the rotten wood, but 24 through 36, overall, those are the things that's impacting the house and the roof and the basement. It's a walkout basement, so it's hitting the basement.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So some of the ones that were more in question, 23, 24, Matt said those were being overtaken by bittersweet.
That is correct, yes.
That's correct, 23, 24, 22. And
okay,
then 20.
So sorry to interrupt. So 22, 21, 20, it's more of an expansion. I wouldn't call that as an expansion. So there is a lot of space right behind it. And because the trees, currently it's all in a bad shape, some of these trees. So I didn't let my kids go there. But removing the 22 alone will give them the additional space, where the kids can just go play around at the back. Because currently the backyard, it's limited because there are trees and also safety concerns. I didn't let them go at the back. But removing the 22, that would give us space. And 2021, we can ignore it. I don't have an immediate need for that. But 20 will give us an ample space of this 1.5 acres we have. I know some of these are occupied by the wetland and trees on the other sides, but we want to use the space right behind the house. Right. Just to monitor them and watch them and stuff.
Are you, a lot of times if we're taking down trees that are otherwise healthy, would you be amenable to planting another tree or a smaller shrub in the area or a little farther from the house as a replacement?
Sure. I mean, I've never done this before because that's one reason I left it as it is. But if the committee is suggesting me to to plant something, I have no issues. But just that I have to find the spot where I could plant, because right before the 20 and 21, we have close to some 50, 60 trees at the backyard, which we have left it. So which have not accounted here because we want to leave it as it is. And whatever the numbering you see right next to it near the wetland and right after the wetland, if you see my boundaries, it goes a little bit farther. So we have left the trees there because like I said, I want the environment to stay as it is. These are concerning the numbers that I put in here. It's only the trees that are impacting the house or not posing a threat to the safety. And also some of these trees, Matt can chime in, feel free to add, Matt. So but some of these trees had real serious concerns, it could fall apart, or there was a hollows, how do I say this? There was some hollow spots at the top of the tree, and the arborist whoever came in, they said, hey, these are things you have to take care of ASAP. And especially, in fact, if you literally take from the count of 36 trees, I would say probably 5 to 6 trees are probably that's what we are adding on top of the existing trees. But rest all, if you exclude the 6 to 7 trees, rest all it's posing some kind of a threat either to the house or the safety, or it's got some rotten wood. You can name it it has got at least one other issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And that tree, that number 3, was that was a power line issue?
That is correct. So 3 and 6, and Matt did suggest a few things when he was here. He said, see if I can trim the tree number 6, which is close to the power line. And that's a very old tree. And I agree with whatever Matt shared the other day. He said this tree should be 100 years or 150 years old. But when I spoke to an arborist, I think I was able to connect with only one. Before that, I connected with 4 or 5 people. But the last arborist that I connected, he said, if we try to trim, it might impact the stability of the tree. So because it's so heavy and so tall, when there is a heavy wind, there is a chance it could fall on the power line or it could fall either way. So trimming is going to be a challenge, given that they have to work it around. But they said if possibility, they said instead of trimming, you can remove it. But that's going to be some challenge. But they said trimming would keep it as a second option.
Through the chair.
Yes, Ed.
So, sir, I'm the major league tree hugger here. And if number 6 is really a white oak, that is a very, very significant tree. The white oak is one of the most supportive trees for critters. And I know I've seen other in the neighborhood. When you talk to tree arborists, make sure it's a real tree arborist. And there's only one in town I would trust, but it's not appropriate for me to mention any names, so I won't. Thank you.
Anyone else have any thoughts or comments?
Yeah, through the chair.
Mm-hmm.
To be quite honest, I'm struggling. It looked like you took really good notes, Melissa, as Matt was going through. I didn't. I'm really struggling to keep straight as Matt went through his list, and Matt is not an arborist, which ones I feel yeah, okay, I could see that one going, which ones not. It's a little bit too big an ask in one dump for me to process. Do you know what I mean?
I do. It's a lot of trees.
Like I know roughly the section that is affecting the foundation, but then I can't quite remember what Matt was saying about the size of the trees in those places. I'm a little overwhelmed with information and feel therefore unprepared to make a judgment given the massive dump of info. And along those lines, do we have the arborist to report, or do we just have Mr. Praveen's summary of what the arborist said?
Okay, unfortunately, because I was working with like multiple arborists, because I don't know which one to decide, because some arborists, I mean, good that I connected with Mr. Matt, because some arborists were suggesting, I wouldn't call them arborists, like, based on the information that I heard from this call, and that's what Mr. Matt was proposing as well. Some people, they told me like, no, I can cut the trees and then go in front of the committee and ask for a pardon. But I think Matt was mentioning like, no. But he guided me. He said like, no, that's one reason I connected with like 4 or 5 people, because I've lived in Franklin before and I know how town operates and what are things that we need to get approval for. So somewhere I didn't want to deal with them. So I connected with almost pretty much everyone around this neighborhood. Like I've gone to like other towns as well to see like, who can provide me a true picture. So based on the information, I just have a high level details, which I can scan and send it to you. But everyone is just pointing out, like saying like, hey, just talk to the town, get the approval, and then let us know like, how we can go about this. They just provided some kind of an oral reference, which I was sharing with Matt as well.
So, yeah, I understand that, I think, but that's part of my difficulty. As near as I can tell, and maybe Don, I'm wrong, do we even have access to this map in our documents for today, Don?
Through the chair, the base map here is from the as-built plan, DP file number 188809. I believe that might predate the bylaw. I could look that up, so it's fairly an old lot, we're in the 1700s now, so.
Right, maybe I didn't state my question well, Don. Do we have, in the files you gave us for all the things we're talking about tonight, do we have this map in those files?
Yeah, everything I have on the screen right now is
you were sent to us?
Yeah, is in the, I just pulled this from the file that's on the meeting docs.
Oh, you know what? I think I just found where it is. Anyway, my comment, Melissa, boils down to, I feel too overwhelmed and I don't think that I can vote on this because it's just too much information too quickly for me.
Mhm.
Without documentation.
Right. Does this
Through the
plan
chair?
have- Yes.
I just wondered if you guys remember that one on Winter Street. It was sort of like a map that looked like this. I was
Yeah.
able to give you a list of each, like here's tree 4, my thoughts. Here's tree 5, here's my thoughts. I don't know if we want to try, and I can share with Matt the way I did it before, if he wants to try and, instead of you guys hearing it verbally and forgetting what it was, maybe Matt could write it all down, his notes, and get it to you for the next meeting.
Yeah, I think it might be helpful to see on the plan, like there's definitely groupings here, the groupings around the house that are a danger to the house. If we could, I mean, I think I know where those are. But as far as more of the outliers, which ones were the healthy trees? And which ones are, more of a threat to, or diseased, or I know it's kind of in the notes, but it's hard to look back and forth and if there's any.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm happy to, put together sort of a table that sort of supplements the applicant's information with my opinion, again, just with the caveat that because I'm not an arborist, I'm looking for very obvious signs of problems. And I tried to take pictures of pretty much all the trees out here, certainly the ones that I thought were more significant. And, that can be put together as some sort of a summary ahead of the next meeting that'll hopefully provide a little bit more guidance on it.
Okay, I think that might be helpful, and then at least maybe we can group them into the ones that are definitely, we can vote on as definite, makes sense to go ahead and approve, and other ones that might need to come with more detailed plan because it's expanding a yard or, it's a little more, might need mitigation or something like that.
I agree with that plan. And I would only point out that if all we have is Matt's report, that's all we have to go on to make our decisions. So I'm sorry, I've forgotten the applicant's name. But if he wanted to add his own arborist, it would be helpful if he could submit those as well, those notes.
I think that makes sense.
Sure, Chair, I can do that. Let me connect with the arborists that like I said, I've been talking to like almost 4 to 5 people, top of my head. So I can try to see but somewhere I need to call them again to give a detailed information. But to make it more easier, I'm sure when Mr. Matt was here, he made notes and I agree with whatever feedback or suggestions he made. So I am totally in line. But just that because I have a 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and the tree 1 and tree, which one was it? 24, during the heavy wind and rain during the winter time, few branches fell from there. And that's when I found the tree 1 was rotten completely. So we are not sure if it still comes under the property or is it pertains to the town. We are not sure. So those were things that really concerned me. And that's when I started taking more steps to see how do we address it. And some of these, again, the roof is in the middle of the night. If it starts leaking, then me and my kids have to find a way to to move out or stay somewhere else. So those were the reasons to I was thinking because it was the roof installers, they said these trees needs to be fixed. So whatever Matt has put together, I'm fine with it, frankly speaking. And in fact, I was in line with what he shared. And some of this he confirmed as well. Some of these are rotten trees. And that's what I've made a note in the sheet, if you see on the right-hand side. And of course, some of these are it's more of a comfort level for me. So I can use some additional space. But if that's going to impact the environment, that's fine. I can skip those. But whatever is impacting the structure of the house and the trees that are rotten, I want that to be removed for safety and also for the structural purpose.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
I think that,
and through the chair, I guess just to follow on that comment, number 1 by the driveway, clearly the bottom was rotten, and that was probably the one on the entire site that I looked at, and I was like, oh yeah, I wouldn't want to stand next to that tree in a large storm. And 23 and 24 are the ones that were covered in the bittersweet vine and clearly had rot in those. I would agree if the owner was saying, okay, I want to do 1 and 23 and 1 and 24 immediately because I feel those are the greatest threat, I would agree with that. And if you wanted to sign off on that tonight, I think that would not be inappropriate. And then we can follow up with the others because I think they're not as immediate.
okay. That makes sense to me. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Green?
Yes, Chair. One thing, Matt, I thought you wanted to add the 10A and 10B as well. So that was the other 2 you recommended, and I put a X for it. So you wanted just
yeah. I mean, I guess if we start to go down the path, I have a list of ones that I felt, but I think the ones that you pointed out, 1, 23, and 24 were probably highest on the list.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I think the other ones we probably should follow up with more discussion.
Sure.
Through the chair,
Yes, Ed.
Saddle Hill is a scenic way, I believe, and number 1 is probably, you probably need to talk to John Westling, the tree warden. He will probably say fine, but normally to take a tree down within the boundaries of a scenic way, you need to have a hearing. But check with John Westerling on that one.
That's true.
Yeah, only if the tree's in the right of way, So he just the tree warden would want to know if it's in this area here, where the driveway meets the road, meets the blacktop. Meets Saddle Road.
I know when I lived on West Main, when we moved in, we got a letter from the town, and West Main's a scenic road, and it specifically said that if we were to do anything, take anything down within, there was a larger window than that in the front, we needed to notify the town.
So then Ed's comment would probably apply to tree 3 as well. And so even if we are not discussing that one tonight, it might be worth Mr. Pervine's time to talk to Mr. Westerling about 3 as well.
Yes, that would, number 3 would apply likewise.
So do we need to vote to
No,
approve? No, just give
no,
verbal
what, yeah,
approval
if
for
you're
one.
looking to approve 1, 23, and 24, yeah, you just make note that you think that qualifies an exemption, taking them down,
I think
And
that,
I assume they're so close to the house, it would be cutting it down to the ground and leaving the the stump in place. Because it looks like 1's right next to the driveway and 23 and 24, if they're gonna fall on the lawn or hit the house, If they were further away, sometimes you look at like just leaving a woodpecker pole, a wildlife snag, about 15 feet high, but I don't think it's pertinent in these 3 cases.
I would agree with that, Don.
right. I'd agree too. Jim, do you have a comment?
I do. So we just saw a little narrative to the right of this. I think there was a narrative of the tree numbers and the reason for the request. Okay, there it is. So who put that together? Who put
believe-
that?
Oh, okay, so.
The applicant.
Yeah, the applicant.
Okay.
So, based on my discussion with the people, like whoever I pulled in, those were the details I was able to whoever, I took a voting. So if 4 people said this tree needs to be removed, based on that, I just put these numbers.
Right.
This is what I
So
shared.
I think, Jim, the point is we need to merge that with Matt's feedback
Yeah. Okay. So.
and then
we're
get an
talking about-
update.
So we're talking about 2 possible things happening tonight. One is voting on allowing a couple of trees under a project under an exemption, but then assembling, another narrative that takes into account Matt's observations and Mr. Praveen's arborist observations, and then we'll consider the other trees based on that.
Correct.
Okay, so then I gotta say this. From a work standpoint, it's not likely that if we said 1, 3, 4, we're okay, that he would have somebody come out and cut 1, 3, and 4 because it's probably inefficient from a cost standpoint, right? Because the tree cutters bring their equipment out. If it's a half a day and they're done, it's a half a day. But if they can do more than 3 trees, it'll be more economical. Does that make sense? They're not going to come out. He's not going to want them to come out for 1 tree because you got the whole mobilization, demobilization cost for 1
Right.
tree.
I think that's up to Mr.
So I don't know if that's
and
good for him.
how threatening the trees are and how quickly he wants to get it done.
Yeah. So, Mr. Praveen, would you be inclined to have a few of them taken out if they're approved tonight, or would you be inclined to wait to see how many ultimately we approve?
Mr. Jim, in fact, you stole the words from my mouth because I'm going through this process for the first time. So I was going to request to the chair, no, how do we go about this? Frankly speaking, I want to get everything done at one time because that's what the people that I work with, they said, because I totally agree with you. In fact, nobody wants to come for 1 or 2 trees, and that's not going to be, it's going to cost me big bucks. So I'm trying to see if this is going to take a week or so, I'm willing to wait, and I want to get this done at one time instead of taking it in multiple times. And I don't want to take this committee's time on this discussion. So if things, if there is a plan to take it offline, review and let me know, that's fine. But let me know if there is any details that I could share that could help you all to make a decision.
Okay, I think we have marching orders, and Matt can help pull it together put you on the agenda for the next meeting, and then decide on them all at once. Seems to make sense.
So we'll take this narrative here plus something Matt puts together, and those 2 things we'll use those to evaluate, right?
Right.
And I would just add, if Mr. Praveen can provide whatever reports from arborists that he has to the commission that then I can get a hold of, that would help.
Sure,
Yeah,
Mr. Matt. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, my guess is you don't actually have any arborist reports. You have information gleaned from, visits by a couple of contractors who said, this is why I would take this out, that out, and the other thing out, right?
That is
You know,
correct. In fact,
Yeah.
yeah, that is correct. In fact, it's more of like, a price code they gave and say like, oh, these are trees that needs to be taken down. And whatever they mentioned, I made a note of it. And that's why I was able to come up with this comprehensive view. Like I said, I just took a voting based on the majority of them said like, hey, this needs to be taken down. So based on that, I came up with these facts, but I have zero knowledge on trees. And that's what I clarified to Mr. Matt as well when he was here. And I am looking for direction from the experts. But one thing that I could tell based on a common man's knowledge is the trees like that I pointed out on the left side of the house. So those were leaning towards the building and so whatever was impacting the basement and the roof were my immediate concern and the rotten wood trees. That's pretty much.
Okay.
Okay, so there is no arborist report, so we'll take Matt's notes and we'll consider Mr. Praveen's notes and Matt's notes, and we'll make decisions based on that. That's okay with me.
Yep, that's fine. And we'll go from there at the next meeting.
Chair, one last question. Sorry to take a lot of times, but with the current planning, so I should be joining the next review or the next meeting that's scheduled for May 11th, and that's when we're expecting some kind of a decision, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey, Melissa, I'm back.
You back,
Thanks.
Jim? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Who's that?
Thanks for stepping in for me.
Oh, Jeff, you were gone?
Yeah, I had to, I had to take a break there for a minute. Okay. O'Brien 4 Front Street. And I think Don, are you back with us?
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Okay. This was a couple white pines, kind of, I think from Matt's inspection, on the border of the buffer zone or on the very edge of it.
Yeah, exactly, Jeff. These, based on my site inspection, if they're in the buffer zone, they appear to be sort of on the very edge of it.
Yeah.
The only other thing that kind of came out of the inspection was this plan showed that there was supposed to be PIB signage on the lot. And it doesn't appear as that still exists. So I don't know, maybe just as part of this, that can be noted to the homeowner that there should be some sort of signage in place per the ongoing conditions of the previous order.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your notes, Matt, and I agree. So I think Don for this one, I think they can take the 2 trees down, the white pines, near the house, and yard area can be problematic. So if they're willing to replant a couple trees when they remove them, and then put up the PIB, the signs, that would be great. So if we can just send a letter to them to that effect, unless is the homeowner on the call tonight? No? Okay. Does that make sense, Don?
Sure. Yeah, I can write that up.
Commission members, that sound good to you guys?
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay. All right. 79 Front Street, an exemption request. I think this was another tree removal situation. Is my camera on or no?
No.
That's weird. Okay, sorry. I
So
don't
through,
know.
through the chair, this is a similar one. I inspected this.
Yep.
There are a number of trees that the homeowner wanted to remove. It's a fairly elderly homeowner that had concerns over sort of ongoing maintenance of the trees. I don't think they're necessarily a particular threat to the home. The wetland that they're within buffer zone is across Front Street. Those are the trees there, so they're sort of in a landscaped area. And then so there's that sort of one grouping there. There was a large white pine to the side of the house. There should be a picture of. Yeah, that's the one there. There was definitely, proximal to the house, and I think would agree poses a bit of a threat. And then there were 3 others in the rear of the house that the homeowner indicated an interest in removing, and I chatted with him about, and that was more of a shading the lawn issue. And I, again, suggested to him potentially to, have those pruned rather than taken down. He seemed amenable to that. So I think the large pine at the side of the house seemed to be a no-brainer. The 3 in the front, the buffer zones across the street. So I'll, I guess, leave that to your discussion.
Yeah, I think I agree. Matt, I think the pruning is, the tree that needs to be removed that's diseased, I'm good with that. The other trees, I think the pruning is appropriate.
Through the chair, sorry, I think there's a question of the scenic road on this property as well.
Yeah, so is the one tree that needs to be taken down along the road? Not really.
The large pine tree is not. That's quite a ways from the road. It's the
Yeah.
sort of the cluster at the front that are right along Front Street.
Yeah, I think the ones along Front Street that are healthy, I'd prefer to see the pruning as opposed to removal, I understand he's elderly and doesn't want to clean up the leaves, but,
I think within that group, there were a couple of what I presume are white ashes. It's some type of ash, probably white ash that, have succumbed to the ash beetle and are on their way out. So I think a couple of those are unhealthy, but there were definitely some maples mixed in there that to my eye looked quite healthy.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to remove the healthy trees. We can prune them. But, Don, can we just send a letter to the homeowner to that effect?
Yeah, and then did you want to reach out to the tree warden as well regarding if it's any, jurisdictional to them?
Yeah. Yep, man, it's a good point. Yes, please. Okay.
I can't resist. My mother was 95 and was still happily raking leaves.
Okay. Not everyone likes to rake leaves, though, Ed. But point taken.
There's ongoing health issues too, so we might want to.
We have to be
back off on, that kind of comments.
Yeah, we need to be cognizant of that. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Don, for that point. Good point. Okay, 1 Pond Street. And let me see, I had this one up as well. This was an exemption request. Oh, I got it right here. Okay. or, I'm sorry, we're on Hayward at 148 Hayward, right?
Yeah, I think we went to number 13, 1 Pond Street, exemption request. Barantes.
Okay.
I think we just finished,
Yep, hey,
we just finished number 12.
Front Street,
79
Front Street. Yep, sorry. Okay. So they have a new deck that they want to put in an existing lawn area. It looks like. Do
Through
we
the
have, yep, go ahead, Anna.
like the applicant is on the call.
Okay,
Good evening, Nelson Brontes, Pond Street.
yes, Mr. Brontes, how you doing tonight?
Good, how's everybody doing?
Good, thank you. You want to kind of give us an overview of what you want to do?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
What we're proposing to do is to take the existing wooden deck, which is failing and pulling away from the structure, and replace it with a new deck, new supports, new footings. And then in addition to that, we want to add a porch to the house and tie it to the deck structure on the side. That's what we're seeing right now. It's the current conditions, and what we're proposing to do is exactly what we're looking at right now. And we're looking to maintain the deck size. We might make it a little bit smaller for aesthetics, but certainly not larger, certainly not impacting any of the surroundings.
Okay, so is there an existing deck there now that's just being replaced? Is that
That's correct.
Okay, okay. And then on the northern side of the property, I see some notes, a proposed retaining wall, and then a proposed shed.
That's correct.
And-
On
okay.
that side of the yard, what we'd like to do is level the yard on that end, so that we can in the future add a tool shed or some sort of storage for raking our leaves. And we're just trying to get an idea as to what we could and could not do.
Okay, and that's lawn area right now?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. I don't see a problem with that. I'll open it up to the commission members for comment.
So, Jeff,
Questions?
so is the request for both of those elements, the wood deck and the retaining wall and graded area, we'll call it? Is that is the request tonight, both of those elements?
That's
Or
correct.
just the deck? It is for both, okay. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that.
Through the chair.
Yes, Don.
This delineation, is old. We don't have delineation. It's sort of like right at the old wetland line. Just wanted to point out how close that particular work would be. And I think it's a 4-foot wall. 4-foot wall, not including the footing.
The retaining wall.
Yeah, that'd be a 4-foot high wall. And then you've got your footing pretty much right at the wetland. Just wanted you guys to be aware of that.
But it's lawn area now. Is that correct?
That's
I guess
correct.
so. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
I think I'm okay with that. But let me open it up to the other commission members. It's lawn area, so there's gonna be a retaining wall. A little bit of grading to fill that backside of the wall in, and then a shed at some point. sounds like. Um,
Well, we should have erosion control barriers on that. I don't know if it's the northerly side or not, but on the where the excavation, the earthwork's going to be done, right? So where there's it's shown existing hay bales, but I assume that means from a long time ago, and they're not still there, right?
Correct.
So they would have to. So I would like to see. I think we would want an erosion control barrier, almost in line to where those were before, because they're going to be excavating on the side of the house and filling and building a wall. So there needs to be something to show the contractor, can't go beyond, here's the limits of work, but also for erosion control, right? Because the wetland is right there.
yeah, that's a good point, Jim.
Back in the day, they put the hay bales in the wetland.
Right. Right.
If I may, that
And those were probably not, were those ever taken out? Probably not.
yes,
Well, this is an old file, the plan he's using is from 188-436, so it's
From 1990,
All right, so
30
if
years,
approved-
30 years ago.
If approved, can we require them to put erosion control barriers along that edge?
if I may add,
Yes, sir.
yeah, right now, that's adding erosion control there. I mean, we're only talking about doing a 6-foot compact footing. So excavation is actually, it's minimum. We're looking to use the 4-foot block, the 2-foot by 2-foot by 1 foot retaining blocks to minimize having to do too much of the site work. And it's a small area to put hay bales where the these are shown on this plan would actually be encroaching into the vegetation right now, which we don't go into.
Through you, Jeff, all the work's going to be done from above. There won't be any machines on the low side or the wetland side. All the machines will be working from up above.
That's correct.
And then a question about the deck. This all going to be on sonotube footings, right? So it'll only be augering. There won't be any machines out doing any of the demolition of the existing deck or any of the installation of the new deck, right? No earth machines, no earth moving or
no
augering in the
that's
the tubes. Okay, all right.
Okay, I think I'm good with that. Is there any other comments from commission members?
No, I'm good with it.
Okay, all right, Mr. Barentis, I think you're all set. You should be good to go. Let us know if you have any questions. Okay, sir?
Thank you very much, members.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Green Leaves Landscaping, 148 Hayward.
This is Steve Eulis, the property owner. I don't know if he is currently here.
Who are we speaking with?
This is Steve Eulis, the property owner.
Oh, hi, Mr. Eulis. How you doing? Good
Very
evening.
Good evening. Good evening to you all.
You want to kind of go through the scope of work for us? It looks like a retaining wall.
Well, it's already in existing walls, which are currently there. We are really not changing the footprint at all. We are going to remove the paver wall or block wall that is there, if permitted, of course. Putting in a cinder block wall and then putting the grilling equipment into that wall or in front of that wall, and then putting stone fascia veneer in front of that. So we're really not changing anything of the landscape whatsoever. The actual block wall that is there now does have some deterioration, from over time. Nothing critical, but it does need to be repaired.
Okay. I think it looks pretty straightforward to me. So you're just repairing the wall essentially.
Correct. And then, of course, putting the kitchen equipment in, but yes.
Right, in any area that's already disturbed, right, developed
Yeah, where the existing, where you-
inside the wall.
exactly, inside the wall where you see that existing hot tub, that hot tub is no longer there. That's pretty much where the kitchen is going to start, from that left-hand corner and go right down past where the existing hot tub is.
Got it. Okay.
Through the
Okay,
chair,
so yes, Don.
I'm just wondering about, there was a lot of back with the previous filing, you know, for dealing with infiltration and, dealing with water through here. Just didn't know if any of that was getting impacted through this.
No, none of that is going to be disturbed at all. We're keeping the same patio pavers that are there and existing. It's pretty much just, being put on top of that pavers where the existing hot tub sat.
So, okay. What is that we're looking at right there, Don?
This is
with
the previous plan that was approved.
No,
and
but the stone, is that a stone wall there that you're scrolling on?
That's what I'm trying to get a sense. I mean, isn't the wall here?
Yeah, where that yellow line is, there is an actual block wall there now.
Right.
So that is really where that's staying. That same footprint is staying. It's just that the grill and the burner will be mounted in front of that, and then a fascia will be put around that, so it looks as though it's built in.
Well, and I'm
The
just trying to.
plan
Well,
that you
this is-
showed, Don, is different.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get a sense of. This is what the commission approved back in the day.
Yeah, which is not what's there.
Yeah. Unless there's a stone wall here that the commission didn't approve, and then there's infiltration here, a stone lined trench.
It looks like it may be just a different configuration.
Well, what I'm getting at is, did whatever the commission approved back in this time, is that
Yes,
still, is that still there? Or
So
has
is
it been
this,
taken out? All this trench system,
is the trench
we-
system still there?
yeah, is it from 2010? Is that now,
The issue with COC
is
for
that
that?
now all a big patio? I guess is what I'm asking.
Did we issue a certificate of completion for that?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This was back in 2010. So, what happened?
So this is based on an as-built, this is based on current conditions. So the wall that was proposed under the notice of intent is apparently different, because this is how it is now,
Well, I don't see a proposed wall.
right there.
Is that the erosion control or is that the wall?
No, that's the wall.
So, Mr. Ulish,
the
what's out there now? Is
So-
that trench still there?
From what I understand, we've moved here 10 months ago. It is existing exactly the way as which it was built in 2010. It does not look as though anything has changed at all. At least that's what we were led to believe. I can see what you're saying, but the drawing that you showed previous with the yellow highlighted area is the actual wall that is there now. But we have not moved anything since we purchased the home.
Because on the chart, it says this is the icon for the proposed hay bales.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, those
And
are, oh, yeah, okay.
so, and here's the retaining wall. So you got a retaining wall here,
Yep,
and then you had hay bales here,
right.
So that
and you had a
wall is this
stone lined
with
trench here. So,
Yeah, I'm assuming that the stone wall trench is still there, of course, since the pavers are covering it. There's a pretty elaborate drainage system, with
Okay.
some in the basement and a whole vapor barrier and all that stuff. So I'm assuming from what we see and when we had it inspected, that everything does seem as per was specified in the engineered drawings there.
Okay.
Hey, Don, it looks to me, it looks like you go back, back over the bottom part of that wall, the L at the bottom. That's
Mhm.
not part of, that looks like that was added, not part of the NOI, but it was constructed that way. Because the
Right.
piece that's on the NOI plan is the
Right.
parallel piece, right? And
Yeah,
that's it.
so,
They added at some point.
yeah, so
the
this is
hot
the
tub,
as-built, so
that was
maybe the
added.
commission reviewed it at the time and said, okay, they were okay with the wall. I don't know.
Well, right. If you look at the NOI plan that you were showing, it
Yep.
goes down to about contour 199.5, and it looks like what happens on this plan is it now goes further towards the right of way and then goes to the right, so that the hot tub is sitting down there. Something like that.
So
Anyway,
Don, is-
it's not within the
Okay.
NOI. It's what's there
Alright.
now.
So as long as all that stuff's still in place, you know?
Mhm. Yep. Everything is, yeah, like I said, it's redoing the wall to make sure that it's structurally sound, and then it's pretty much status quo. We're not really changing anything except putting in this, outdoor grilling area.
Okay.
Yeah,
What is
so the
Steve's
grill's
outdoor
not
kitchen?
going, the kitchen's not going on top of the stone line trench, right?
No, I mean, a grill is, this one is, 25 and 3/4 deep. So it's probably going to come out. I mean, the existing hot tub was there and it's gone. And that thing was, I don't know, 6 feet, right? Something, I mean, I don't know what the size of that was, but it's not taking up really any more space than what the existing hot tub was, where the existing hot tub was. If you look at that kitchen drawing, it's really going right along the wall.
Kitchen drawing?
So it sounds like the trench,
Yeah, so if you,
stone line, hold on a second. It sounds like the stone line trench was subsurface. And the hot tub was, in previous deck area, it was constructed above the stone line trench. And
correct. And those are still there. The pavers are all in place
Right.
as they were put
so
down.
I think what Mr. Eulis is proposing is that the hot tub has been removed
Mm-hmm.
and he wants to put a kitchen in that same area where the hot tub was.
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was just looking at these details. So that's what I was thinking. I'm like, are these exposed? This looks like an exposed trench to me. So I was
Right.
just
I-
wondering
I
if it's
I think I
there. or if
agree with
it's-
you, Don, but the
Yep.
homeowner, the previous homeowner obviously put a patio in over it,
Okay,
which is the existing condition. I mean, that's what it seems to me at least. I mean,
okay.
Mr. Eulis, you said you moved in 10 months ago.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, that's what
I was just
that's why I was
confusing.
asking about. That's why I'm wondering when the commission issued a certificate of completion, what was the record plan that came in? Is it this,
Yeah,
or is this
should be,
been produced long
should be
after
this,
that? Was
it should be this one right here.
Correct.
What's
That-
the title
okay.
block of this? Is this
And I'm seeing an approximate location of the stone line trench. I just didn't
Go
know
up
it was
to- go up to the
subsurface.
title block. Don, can you scroll to the title block? I can't see it. Or down to the title block.
You want this, the legend?
No, title block down at the bottom. Yeah, right there. Okay,
It
so
looks
this
like
is-
it was a subsurface trench.
Yeah, but this looks like it might have been submitted as part of the COC application
Right, this is the as-built,
and recorded.
and,
Right, and recorded at the registry.
right. So there's
But since then-
the approved plan, and then that should be the as-built right there.
Right, yep. Oh, nice, some things work. So you're right, the homeowner, I guess, apparently just put pavers on top of the stone.
Mm-hmm.
And then you want to sit on top of those pavers.
Correct.
And the
Alright,
bottom of the kitchen, is the bottom of the kitchen above grade, so it drains underneath the kitchen, or is it, freestanding flush mount, you know what I mean? Have like a kick and stuff.
It's just gonna be built
Nothing draining.
into,
Can water get underneath?
Yes,
Into the trench?
yeah, it'll all be open under the bottom. It'll be pavers underneath the equipment, correct?
So, Mr. Eulis, have you had any drainage issues out there since you moved in? I guess is
We
the
have not.
question.
No, we have not.
Okay, and the second question is, you have a pizza oven there?
Yeah, that's just it's a countertop mounted pizza oven, correct? So it actually sits right on top of the counter of the wall.
You're gonna invite us all over, aren't you?
You guys can come to my restaurant whenever you want, but the bottom line is you sure can come over to my house whenever you like also.
So it's an outdoor wood-fired pizza oven.
Correct.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, hopefully it won't collapse the underground trench.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that heavy of a piece of equipment, believe me.
There you go.
All right. So are you starting like a little restaurant out there, or what are you doing?
No, this is like, when anyone wants to come down in the neighborhood, come on down and
Oh,
we'll
this
cook.
is just like this is just like a personal thing you're doing? Like a little kitchen?
Yeah, I have a restaurant. I don't really need another one in the neighborhood.
Oh, okay. Okay. What restaurant do you own?
I own Fireflies Barbecue. So
Oh, really?
I do. Yes.
I love Fireflies.
Well, you guys are invited whenever you want. It's been there 21 years. So yeah, like I said, my wife and I, we moved to the neighborhood and it's been great. So just wanted a little relaxation after work.
All right. So, okay. I think we're good unless there's any other questions from commission members. So when I go to Fireflies now, all I have to say is I know Mr. Eulis, and
You just got to tag me, Steve.
I'm gonna
Mr.
get taken care of.
You definitely will. Mr. Eulis was my dad. You just call me Steve.
All right. I'm just kidding.
All right, no problem.
Fireflies is a great restaurant. I love going there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, guys. Have a great night, everyone.
You too. Thanks. Bye. Okay. 8 Hearthstone Road. Review request for a COC.
I'm the property owner, John Murray. I'm on the line here.
Oh, hi, Mr. Murray. Thanks for your patience. I know it's been
Thank
a
you.
long meeting, and I've seen you've been here for most of it.
I appreciate all the insight. I'm learning a lot. So it's appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Thank you. Okay. Matt, did you want to jump in here? I saw that you had some comments.
Sure. So just a few things on this. This project was basically a lawn expansion. A few minor things. There's a section of the straw wattle down at the base of the slope that we recommend the netting be removed and disposed of. The fence that was installed to act as a PIB, it's not identified as a PIB on the as-built. We recommend that it is for future generations to enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Little bit of landscape debris thrown over the fence. I had mentioned to Mr. Murray that shouldn't be occurring, and I'm sure that has ceased. And then probably the biggest thing was that the original distance from the lawn to the wetland boundary was approved to be 40 feet, and the constructed lawn's about 25 feet. So it seems as though it wasn't necessarily built exactly to the approved plan. And the as-built doesn't have the same detail on the trees, so it was impossible for me to say if additional trees were taken down that weren't originally approved to be taken down. So I don't know if the applicant can speak to the varying as-built versus approved plan situation.
Yeah, to my understanding, there were no additional trees, but again, I worked through the contractor directly. I guess I'm not certain that he took down anything that he shouldn't have based on the plans that GLM had provided.
Okay. Okay.
And I did, and I think you'd said about the PIB, I did email GLM as well to add that to the as-built. And I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Okay. Are there placards up there now, Matt?
I don't believe so. It's just a fence. The fence is at the top of a slope, so I don't know that the placards are necessarily needed. It's
Okay, so as long as the fence is depicted on the plan as the PIB. Yep, okay, got it, okay.
And is that something I need to have the engineering company sign off on, or is that something I can add, or I wasn't sure of the process?
Yeah, I think, so you have an as-built now, correct?
Correct.
I think if you handwrite it in and submit that to the commission, identifying it as a PIB, that's sufficient in my mind. I don't want you to have the contractor, edit the plan, and incur that cost, but I'll open it up to the other commission members for their comments. That sound okay to everyone?
I just have a question, Jeff.
Yes, go ahead, Ted.
I don't think we heard an explanation for how the lawn got so much closer to the wetlands. Do we know that? Than it was approved to be, according to Matt's notes?
So,
Yeah, go ahead, Don.
This was the plan that the commission approved. Here's the limit of work.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the 25-foot buffer zone. This was the first plan the commission looked at, where the erosion control was at the 25-foot. This was the original NOI. This was the plan that was approved. This is the as-built. And here's the 25-foot limit here, and it's got the retaining wall in it. So it seems like the as-built plan reflects more this plan as opposed to that plan. So that's what Matt is pointing out. The line isn't here.
So
the line isn't here, it's here,
And what was the additional approximate how closer was it to the wetland than what was approved on? Approximately?
I don't have a scalable hard copy plan right here.
I scaled it up to be about 15 feet.
15 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was supposed to be 40 feet off, and it's about 25.
All right. And Mr. Murray, did you own the property at the time that the work was done, or?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I mean, it's 15 feet. I'm not gonna worry too much about that. But I'll open it up to comments from the other commission members. Sounds like the contractor maybe made a mistake when he put the lawn area in, but.
Yeah, I don't know if it was because there is the retaining wall, so I don't know if that was a challenge for him but not certain. I just went off. I gave him the plans and then
Are you selling the property? Is that the reason for the COC?
Am I selling or?
Yeah,
No, we're here for the long term.
okay.
I got 3 little kids under 9, so we are enjoying the space, that's for sure.
I mean, would you be, as part of mitigation of that, 15-foot area where they kind of exceeded, the limit of the lawn? Would you be willing to plant some, bushes in there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes, Matt.
Yeah, the original plan actually did call, see those red, I believe it's the red dots that you see on this plan. I think those were to be spruces, if I recall, which were not planted. So potentially planting those in that, balsam fir, sorry. So potentially planting those in sort of that, I would say inside the fence to make up for the area that was expanded might be an appropriate mitigation.
Does that sound okay, Mr. Murray?
Sure, so on the inside of the fence area and not below the, because I know that's where they planted 4 trees, was in the below the boulder area or the retaining area.
I didn't see any evidence of any of those trees having been planted.
But Matt, where are you talking about planting? I'm like in the lawn area, beyond the fence?
Well, I think it's up to the commission if they're looking to get that, 15 feet back or not. If they were inside the fence, it's gonna, over time, reduce some of that lawn area. And I think it'll be difficult to plant on the slope because it's a rocky slope, and I don't know that those would do terribly well there, to be honest with you.
Yep, so it sounds like Mr. Murray's amenable to doing it. He just needs to know where, we want him planted, so. Is it, am I correct, Mr. Murray?
Yes, yeah, and I would prefer if you're open to it, if we could do them below. I'm wondering I'm not quite sure what type of trees are and how large they're gonna get. Or if we could do some like a shrub along because we had talked about that, because one of the challenges we have is any like ball or anything goes down and the fence is a kind of like an aluminum fence that has gaps, and so we were thinking about doing something maybe along the fence line in certain areas just to kind of keep some of, because we lose the ball and it's like a 15-foot drop off in the back, so I'd prefer to either have the plant down on the slope and have the trees grow up.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have you take this offline with Matt and you can make some recommendations?
Okay.
In the area, where the planting should be, and then, the types of plantings for mitigation. And I think, from my standpoint, that'll work for the commission. Does that sound okay to everyone? Matt works with Mr. Murray.
Yes, I would say I'm fine with that. The goal is to take back some of the lawn that isn't supposed to be there. So to me, putting plantings outside the fence doesn't achieve that goal.
Through the chair,
Yes, Don.
just want to point out, the slopes were supposed to be vegetated with the wildlife seed mix, and then there were going to be plantings 20 in through here, and then and then you're going to have some trees along here, which, would sort of act as the PIB line, and then you'd have vegetation here. So I think what everyone's probably looking at is trying to reestablish where that line would have been, and yeah, you don't have to plant canopy trees, that are going to become problematic. You could go understory trees or shrubs, or even getting a wildlife meadow. I think you're just trying to get a naturalized area as opposed to landscaped lawn. to try and make up for what you lost in here.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Don. I agree.
Does that sound okay, Mr. Murray? And we'll defer to you and Matt and Don working offline to accomplish that.
Sure, that sounds great.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, you're welcome. Thanks. So Legacy Farms North, Betas 331, March 31st report, review.
And I did get a new one too. We just got, sent one out yesterday. It was the original one.
This was Heritage Properties, right?
No, this is the other one. This is Pulte.
Pulte?
The Legacy Farms North. We've had, remember, it was like a year ago, 2 years ago, they had huge stockpiles. It would wash down Legacy Farms Road north towards Franklin Road.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw they put a new basin in there.
Yeah.
That's
It-
kind of,
So-
containing the runoff.
Right. And then I guess we always had, this is the one I just got today. So the one we got before, I wasn't quite sure from his photos where it would run down towards the Franklin Road and the large detention. So they was, I wasn't quite sure. He was saying this is the small wetland along the road, and Western Nurseries is across the street here. Here's Franklin Road. Here's Legacy Farms Road North. And then here's part of the detention basins across the street. So I wasn't, and then here's, where here's where it's running down towards Franklin Road. And then as we get through, so in the past, we always had it would hit the stormwater train. It wouldn't go into this wetland. It would just go in the culverts under the road to the stormwater basins. But from what I'm understanding now is it's hitting the actual wetland, which it never did before. So I don't know if there's a new flow pattern or why it's now hitting the commission. Before it was always just passing the buffer zone and not hitting any wetlands. And it looks like this particular instance, it did hit the wetland. So that's the only difference. And the commission might want to have them tell us why it's doing that and it shouldn't happen again. And it's a broken record. They keep sending sediment down the street,
Yeah. So this is, where's the wetland that it's impacting, Don?
It's a real small one right along the road. I mean, it's an
Yeah.
isolated vegetated wetland, it's,
Across from the detention basin, like on the other side of the road?
yeah. So you've got, here's Franklin Road, you got Western Nurseries off photo here. Then you'd have a small vegetated wetland.
Yeah, yeah, okay, I know where it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's have them come in, I guess, at the next meeting.
Okay.
Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
And we haven't issued any kind of violation for these guys yet, right?
Because it was always just a buffer zone. It stayed in the stormwater train, and the stormwater train went by the wetland. It was in our buffer zone, but no wetlands were impacted. It was just the at the end of the stormwater train was a massive basin that was getting full of sediment.
Yeah.
But it was fine. It's this clay. That we dealt with at Heritage that washed into Hopman Reservoir. It's fines. It's not like, it's not big, heavy hunks of sediment. Once it gets suspended, it stays in solution, and they need the flock logs on Heritage to drop it out. So when they were pumping uphill to those big, massive corrals, they had massive flock log BMPs that they were running it through to get the silt to drop out.
Right, right.
And these guys never did it. You know, they just, at some point were able to keep the stockpiles from eroding, and now the stockpiles found a new way to break out, you know?
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll get their act together and not make this happen again. But they should be coming in and telling you why they're not gonna keep spinning this broken record.
Yep. And the last time I drove through there, there was some of the silt fence, you know, at the bottom of the slope there on Legacy North, the Legacy North Road, Legacy North, I guess it's called.
Yeah.
Had, you know, was, and for the most part, it's in pretty good shape, but there are a few areas where, you know, it's been compromised. So yeah, why don't we have them come in for the next meeting?
Okay.
Put them on notice, I guess. That sound good to everyone?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any public forum requests, Don?
I think the first one was Ed's, the second one was Jim, and you guys probably haven't had time to look at the minutes, so we'll just table those to the next meeting.
Okay.
I did have a quick question about the minutes, though, if I could.
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you want to start with me?
Absolutely.
Part of the minutes said we were going to ask Mr. Petrosi to be a part of the meeting tonight. That was in the minutes for April 6th. Did that not happen just because we were so full tonight? Are we still going to ask him to come by?
That's probably because I didn't go to the last meeting, and sometimes I'll write that stuff down and get it on the agenda. So I'll fall on the sword on that. I didn't see that until I drafted the minutes.
So we did discuss that at the last meeting. I had some subsequent discussions via email with Mr. Petrosi and his contractors. I also went out to the site and met with Mr. Petrosi and a couple of the neighbors. My take on it was he responded to my requests fairly quickly in terms of, you know, repairing the silt fence. In two instances, there was, you know, there was one instance which happened initially, brought it to his attention. A couple days later, you know, it was repaired. Then Ted, you had emailed the pictures to the commission. I had another email conversation and follow-up on-site discussion with Mr. Petrosi. He, again, you know, within a fairly short period of time, a few days, had the silt fence repaired. So Anna had, you know, asked me a few days ago, or maybe a week ago, you know, should we have Mr. Petrosi come in? And I just said, you know, I think I've messaged him very clearly that he's under the hairy eyeball of the Conservation Commission members, that things need to be, the order of conditions need to be maintained. You know, otherwise there were going to be repercussions for that. So, you know, I just felt that I think, you know, I felt that, you know, he's been put on notice and he knows. So given the amount of items we had on the agenda, you know, I just felt that, you know, it's more appropriate to talk to him in person. So
that's fine. I bring it up. He did go back, respond quickly to your emails, and I was happy for that. I live right across the street, so I'm able to check on stuff all the time. I'm not Matt Verrill, so I don't know how these things work. But I have two concerns with the repairs. One is, I feel like with each repair, the fences go further into the wetlands. And I'm wondering if he's following whatever the prescribed, this is where the erosion controls need to be, or if he's pushing into the wetlands or not. I can't tell, but it looks that way to me. And my other question is, particularly along the east driveway, the newer construction, it looks to me like the hay rolls don't touch the ground. That you could put your hand underneath. And if that's true, I don't know how well they're working. I have not tried to put my hand underneath because I would become a muddy mess, but it looked like they're not installed very well and that they wouldn't be stopping stuff from going into the wetland on the other side. So I don't know if Matt would want to go check it out. I don't know if we can look if they are moving further into the wetlands with every repair. It just looks that way to me as I check it out.
Through the chair, I'll
Yeah,
answer
go
that.
ahead, Matt.
Being Matt Varel, I can answer that. So I believe that the erosion control, I think it was a condition, and I think I recall seeing stakes out there that were surveyed in for the location of the erosion controls. So anybody who's out there, those stakes should still be in place in theory. That should give an idea as to if the erosion controls are migrating, so to speak. With regard to the question of proper installation, I recall when I did the initial site walk, I believe there was some snow on the ground. So I am due to go back out there and take a look. Things like that are definitely things that should be picked up by the SWIP inspector, and we should be hearing about those. We should be hearing about all these things in the reports and by the inspector long before any of us see any of it. But of course, that doesn't always happen. But certainly that's something I will, it's on my list to go out there and walk it and report back to Don and Anna. And if there's something that needs to be addressed, I'm sure that'll get forwarded to Mr. Petrosi, and we'll see how he responds.
Great, thank you, Matt. And thank you, Commissioner.
Through the chair.
Yes, Ed.
I took pictures there on the 19th of April. Did I send them or not send them in? The easterly road that Ted was talking about in particular was in pretty rough shape.
Yep, you did send them in, so we received those. And Don, we have been getting the SWIP reports from Goddard Consulting out there, correct?
Yeah, I got an email today or yesterday.
Yeah, I looked
I
at
haven't
the-
had a chance to download it, but I can probably crack it open.
You don't have to crack it open, but I reviewed it. You know, they seemed fairly comprehensive to me. I didn't go through it in detail, but
Are you getting copied on the SWIP reports from him? Because that's Goddard
it's not Scott. It's his who's the kid that works for him there.
Okay. Yep. I got a zillion
Yeah, he
emails.
did copy me on him.
Okay.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yep,
Steve,
yep.
I think it is.
Is it Mark Arnold?
Yeah, Mark Arnold. Was it?
Yeah,
Mark?
the other kid
Yeah.
they had working for him left the company, so Mark.
Yeah, Mark Arnold. Yeah, I got his reports right here.
Okay.
He sent them to me.
On the 23rd.
Yep, on the 23rd, I got them.
Oh yeah, you're CC'd. I see it. Okay.
Yeah, they look pretty good. Like I said, I didn't go through them in a lot of detail, but he has the pictures that are appended to the report. I thought it was a fairly decent report. He did one inspection on the 16th, and he did another one on the 22nd. So those are the two that I got. And they submit them bi-weekly, correct?
Yes, twice a month.
Yep. Okay. Yep, that's it right there. Okay. All right, so Ed, what did you have on the public forum request? Kawabunga?
You're on mute, Ed.
Sorry, the trail that comes out to head of the Charles EMC Park along McDermott Lane. The wattles are still in place there. They're half buried. They were never removed, and I don't know whose responsibility it is or was for them to be removed, but they're plastic bound, so the straw is gradually deteriorating, leaving the plastic behind.
Where was that again?
On the trail on open space beside McDermott Lane.
Yeah, it was the Upper Charles Trail.
Yeah.
I'll let Jane know that we gotta remove that.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Is that a job that's closed with a COC or is that an RDA?
Stop.
Nah, I don't know.
Kawabunga.
You'll look. and we'll-
McDermott Lane? Yeah, it's late at night. I can't. If you got a file number, or give me a little more description.
It's known as the Campus Trail Connector. I'll look into it and we'll email about it. But I'll let Jane know we got to remove it. I'll go take a look at it. But I'll let you know about the COC. I don't remember.
That's like across from EMC.
Yeah, it's across from EMC and it follows the
EMC.
drainage swale going along McDermott Lane. It's on the other side of McDermott of the swale. But I'll see.
Yeah, I don't think that was an NOI. Yeah.
No, it wasn't an NOI, and I don't even recall if anything was submitted.
Yeah, I don't think it was an RDA or an NOI. I think they just
But
put it in.
I think it was an exemption request. They went in and wanted to do a little hiking trail, right?
Yeah, this was just some grading. There was a boulder or an outcrop that was taken out, some pieces of it, and it was just graded, and it's just stone dust.
Was it in our jurisdiction where they did this grading?
Well, no, because
Okay.
no, because it was just following the existing. It doesn't
Yeah.
go back far enough. It doesn't go
Right,
back far.
so
enough. It only goes.
So it's not ideal, I guess is what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah, I don't think they have a filed with us, Don. It was just kind of in an
Let me
abundance of
I
caution.
remember, yeah. Is it go all the way out to the street? That section?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was outside our purview.
Yeah.
You
So-
know, and-
I'll
and,
check
um,
So,
I'll check on the erosion control that's there and make sure
Right.
it gets removed.
right.
And then I'll look, and if we find out that there was some filing, we'll do something about it later.
No, I think you're right. No, it's coming back to me because I think someone complained and I wanted to look to see, and it was outside our purview. And I'm like, well, I don't have any
Right.
jurisdiction out here. Bye.
Right. And then why that was put in, I don't know, but I'll go look at it.
Right. And
We'll get it out of
there you go. But
No
we
more
don't have to,
plastic.
we're not ordering it to get removed.
No.
Whoever's
Nope.
responsible can do it.
there. Next thing you know, that plastic is gonna be out there on some sea turtle. So we gotta get it out of there. All right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And if you're
Jim,
done,
and
I'm
Jim,
gonna
did you
just-
have you had something for Sandy Beach?
Not anymore. I withdraw my request. Although I will say this, our next meeting, there'll be a request for application for certificate of completion on the Sandy Beach rec area.
Okay.
And I'll make sure to get it in time for the meeting. Okay, that's it.
All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
All right, we'll do the roll call. Melissa,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Ted,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye, feel better.
Jim,
Aye.
and Jeff is an aye. All right, everyone. Thank you. It was a long meeting.
Jeff,
So,
go to sleep for about 36 hours.
I'm gonna be asleep in about 5 minutes. All right, you
camera.
guys, have a good night.
Yeah.
Thank you.